Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome in. Hello, Stinky Dirg. Hi. Oh my god. I'm feeling a little... I'm feeling a little bit of muscle ache today. Last night was a little... I mean, badminton is a little intense. Little company? Sounds about right. And I'm just listening to boombox music now. I mean, the best music would be... this one. I'm just gonna loop this one, because why not? Hi Jade. Lethal Cobom Honey. This is not the game. The best music. Also, yeah, I'm not 3D, so let me just fix the redeem real quick. Oh. Okay. The bong? The bob? The bob? It's not the bong, it's the bob. Stinking of the place, I guess. I mean, you always do. You stinky. Okay, let's see. Falling stuff. Ouch, doesn't work now. This one doesn't work. This one doesn't work. Not this one. This one still works, I believe. And then this one doesn't work. I'm pretty sure that's about it. I think. Yeah, okay. Good. I'm just gonna open a lethal company. Actually, I'm just gonna open a Steam first. I didn't even open up. Okay, there we go. So. I want to see how much I can push myself playing this game, to be honest. Playing Little Company. I want to see how far I can go playing alone. And I'm gonna try my heckin' best to fulfill the quota. Yes? I'll try my heckin' best. And here's Little Company. I'm gonna do it. Also, there's also this one. This one is also really good.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home.
Make yourself at home.
Process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
Great asset to the company. Great asset. I need a full song of this one. It's not just great asset. Like, I know it's intro company speech, but I want more. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I want more. Dirks can be pretty stinky. I'm especially. I mean, I guess I don't see a lot of Dirk that farts a lot. I mean, other than you and Smokey, I guess. Only because I'm not doing the stink ups. I'm smelling like strawberry. Sometimes I'm afraid to be eaten. But you're a Dirk. I think the game's a little soft. Also, mode. I'm gonna use push to talk until someone joins my room. Then I will change to voice activation. So for now, I'm gonna use push to talk because I don't know. Maybe there's some monsters that is like voice activated. I don't know. But here we go. Friends only. Day 060, day 4. Oh, this is what I was at. Private means you must send invite. Probably means your game will be visible to someone all to see. But everyone just want to taste me because I'm saying like strawberry. But you fart a lot though. This is day 0. This is day 4. Oh, I passed the thing. No, I want to start from day 0. I want to see how I go. I think it's best if I start from day 0 again. It'll be best, right? Dun -dun. Oh, there it is, there it is. Yes. Give it to me.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
Great asset to the company. Great asset. Great asset. What, this service manual? Specifications, can't see shit. Okay, we're in experimentation. If I remember how to play this, happy Friday. Thanks, it is Friday, wow. Oh yeah, moons. Bestiary. Bestiary. Coil heads. Yeah, how about coil heads? I think it's best if I learn a little bit of this. Secret danger level 80%. Scientific name Vir colligerus. Or colloquially named coil heads have not been studied extensively due to their extreme unpredictability and dangerous properties. Huh? But they've been known to combust into flames when being dissected or even deactivated. And they carry dangerously high levels of radioactive particles. Due to this and other reasons, it has been highly speculated they were created as biological weapons of war, although this has not been proven. Coil head's visual appearance is that of a bloody mannequin with its head connected by a spring. The defining behavioral characteristic is to stop when being looked at. However, this does not appear to be a hard and fast rule. When they encounter loud or bright light, they sometimes appear to enter a long reset mode. Just stare at them and use the stun grenade, Sigurd says. Okay. So stun grenade works against coil heads. Shit, I want to read more. Let me see what kind of... bunker spiders. Eyeless dogs? Oh yeah, it's the one outside. Eyeless dogs. Yeah, these things. They just one shot. So they are social, hunting very large packs. They also have been called breathing lions for their recognizable sound and large mouth. They are endurance hunters and attempt to make up for their lack of sight with the sense of hearing. It's a popular myth that they often mistake the sound of their own kind for prey, entering fights within their own packs. Okay, so they do sound. Okay, that's good. Coffee. Kabobble. Kabobble. Hey, coffee. Here. Coffee. How you doing? How's the coffee doing? Also, I had a little coffee this morning. Feels good. Let me read. So eyeless dogs just don't look at them? No. Don't make noises. So ducking against dogs seems to work well. Any more than this? Hoarding bugs, that just flies. Circuit bees, coil heads, brackens. AKA Flower Man. Oh, it was Flower Man. You can't say otherwise. I wanted to find his body. You were the cowards. Okay. There's a debate on the genus to which the bracken belongs. It is a bipedal vertebrate with skin, the color and texture of a red beak. The name was coined for what appears to be leaves protruding from its upper spine. The purpose of these is believed to be for intimidation. However, not much is known about the specifics of Bracken behavior due to its elusiveness and low population. Low population my ass, I got Flower Man almost every run. We know a little from accounts by wildlife experts who have encountered it. It's a lone hunter with high intelligence. Its behavior can seem aloof. It exhibits high aggression even when unprovoked, yet it quickly backs off when confronted. However, Brackens are known to up their hostility when cornered or simply watched for a long time. For this reason, it's recommended to keep an eye on it, but not to stare it down. No specimens have been collected dead or alive. It's theorized that upon death, their bodies undergo a rapid decomposition process which is unique from other large animals. That's weird. I mean, we didn't stare it down last time we played, and it just kills me anyway. Bunker spiders is very self-explanatory, I believe. Yeah, 20%. They are not they are scary, but they are not as deadly. I mean, the deadliest would be Flowerman. Yeah, Brackens. It didn't say how dangerous it is, but Flowerman is like the dangerous of all, I believe. But for now, I think we can go, yeah, we can go experimentation. I'm just gonna go experimentation, and we are already at experimentation, I believe. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, I can still dance. Good. Point. Dance. And we're gonna start the game. Land the ship. I forgot to buy things. Fuck. I should probably buy a store. In Helen, zap gun, stun grenade, lockpicker, shovel. Let's buy a, I believe, pro flashlight. Where's pro flashlight? Oh, there it is. Pro flash. There. Okay, it's coming. If coffee dark smells like coffee, then I will hug coffee. Then if I hug coffee, would it be a coffee with strawberry because it makes strawberry? I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, then. There it is. Okay. No time. I'm trying to see how far I can go going alone. Now that I know the game a little bit more, I want to see how I fare. Hi, Kyo Slayer. I heard coffee. What I miss? Someone named Coffee stopped by, which is a very good Dirk friend of mine. And also, I had a bunch of coffee this morning. Feels good. I'm not scared. I'm just gonna put this out first. The big things I'll put it out. I'm gonna see how I fare when I go alone. But can we scan to see if there's anything? No enemy spotted yet. So empty. I don't like that. It's empty. Oh my god, I hate it. Do you think it's good to drink 5 cans of soda? Honestly speaking, no. But you know, as the person who who got diabetes because of too much soda. I... Was that landmines? Oh my god, it is landmine. It's like so close. But then again, I do love soda though. What can I say? Soda is great. Excuse me, what the fuck? The first time I hear the phone ringing. Key. Is it like a new enemy or some shit? I hear bees. $126. $126. Time flies in this game. It's really fast. I just hope I don't meet dogs here. Fucking dogs just one-shot me. It's a locust. Locust is fine. Birds are fine. Nice. Got a key too, but I'm not gonna bring the key. Let me charge out the thing. Okay, let's go back. God, I wish there's a way to add more stamina. Okay, looks like this place is a big place. I'm gonna duck and walk so that I can hear what's going on. At least able to hear better. Oh. Is it like the centipede? Oh, I saw that thing. At least I know it went that way. Hi. That thing's kinda cute though. But also very scary. Are you playing solo? Yes. I'm playing solo, and maybe if some of my friends want to join afterwards, then yeah. I don't feel like playing with randos, I think. Looks like a rattlesnake of some sort. Are you a rattlesnake? He just slides away. What do you do? I'm confronting you. I am confronting you. Maybe she just hides. And then strike when I go close. Don't you think? The way its behavior, I feel like it strikes when I get close. Like a sound of warning. Not gonna lie, to me, most games are fun. When your friends are in it too? Yes. It's like, with friends, it's fucking great. Playing it alone is not too bad. It's honestly not bad. So, there's nothing here. Why this sound of bees? What the fuck? I only want to confront that thing though. Let me check the time. 6:22. Okay, let me try to scan that thing. I don't think it's a thing that I ever scanned. You don't let me scan? It doesn't eat me. Is it afraid of light? It might be afraid of light. Like, especially with the pro flashlight, I have to go back. Some games are better playing solo, but most games are mostly better with friends. Yeah. You know what? I totally agree. As a person who plays games a lot solo, I tend to agree. Maybe I'm a little biased since I do play a lot of games alone and prefer it that way sometimes. I know it's weird. Even though I do I do like playing games with friends too. It's great. Yeah, sometimes playing games alone is like the best way to relax. You know what I mean? It's just some games requires you to have like very good communications and just like, yeah, just communications in general. Although sometimes I do prefer to just be alone. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird, but I think I do get your point. Yes. I got not much items though. Let me check the situation. Stormy, foggy, flooded, foggy, experimentation is fine. Yeah, let's just go experimentation again. I wanted to scan that thing, but I wish the time wouldn't go so fast. I kind of wish the game doesn't go that fast and also allows me a tad bit more stamina. It's good, but just a little bit more would be great. And also time doesn't fly that fast. Would be nice, to be honest. Also has level good. Be good, alright, but good. We're going in. You know, sometimes I feel like if it has a level B, I feel like it's gonna be Flower Man. You know, just because Flower Man sucks. And I don't know how to deal with Flower Man. Looking at it is wrong. Staring at it is super wrong. I don't get how to deal with Flower Man. True beans. Anything, something? Dead end? Ooh. I'm just gonna keep scanning just so I don't miss anything. More key. Dustpan? Dustpan? Sure. Okay. I just hope it's not Flower Man. For some reason, most games nowadays are mostly better with friends. There's really only a small chance that there will be a new game that will be better playing alone, but for now, it's mostly better with friends. With recent releases, yeah. At least to me, recent releases being this and also Recent Frame Returns, yeah, they are better with friends. Like Little Company, this one is very recommended with friends. Like you could play this game alone, but it's like mega hard. Like what I'm doing right now. Recent Frame Returns, however, is very friendly. You know, friendly towards solo players and also towards like multiple players as well. It's great. Although if you want to play solo games, fighting games is the way to go. You know, like what? Tekken some shit. Street Fighter. Those games are like solo games. Sort of. Where's the pet there? No! I cannot change it now because I cannot pause this game. It's a multiplayer game. Hi, Evie. Fire exit? Here? How you doing, Evie? Why is it hazard level B when there's no dogs outside? Thanks for the pet though. Nice. Hi, cute Cobble. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Not gonna lie, I like games that really needs all your attention, like Tarkov. Isn't Tarkov like something like a Counter-Strike? Like? Sorry if that's like a bad comparison. Because recently I've been playing Counter-Strike as well. Key. Whoa! Time to run. Yikey beaky. Yikey beaky. I don't ever stop trying to kill that thing. I think I sort of landed here. This is bad. I cannot see inside. Do we abandon? I mean, I did find a lot of things this run. You know what? I'm gonna take the haul. I played safe. I think I already reached the quota anyway. Don't risk it. Let's play it safe. Playing it safe does mean it's a little bit boring, but not for this one. I'm gonna try to play it safe and see how far I can go.
Yeah, I have all these items. Should be fine, should be fine. Time to go. Oh, hi, Narix. It's the Narik. Also, I am now Kobold. But true Kobold Mike. I have a new redeem that's in the works. I already recorded the voice line that I need. It's kind of funny. I think I kind of like it. I kind of like it though. Hope you're doing good, Narix. A Kobold's always like this. What do you mean like this? Like what? Your voice line? Kinda, yeah. Rainy, Eclipse, Vow. Vow is fine. I don't want to go to Eclipse place because everything's gonna spawn. I'm gonna go Vow. Nope, it's very realistic. If you're not paying attention to little details or listening to even the most tiny little footsteps or noises, you're dead. God, I don't think I can play games like that. Games like that would destroy me. Okay, now we're in Val. Like this? You mean like the voices or something? If voices, then maybe not. competitive ecosystem supports aggressive life forms. This is bad. This is bad. I'm going in. If I perish, if I perish, that'd be so sad. Like all my scrap is gone and it's like 0 days left. There's nothing I can do other than being ejected. Has a level C? Okay, okay, okay. There's a lot of pumpkins, I just realized. Isn't Halloween over? And there's a lot of pumpkins. Like big ones too. Look at the size of that thing. Maybe I'm just small, I don't know. You really need to focus to survive. I don't think I can play games like that. To me, if a game requires me to focus that hard,
I would avoid it. Well, other than Tekken though, you know, Tekken does require me to focus a lot, but it's a different kind of thing. Focus more like execution, I guess. Alright, is this the main entrance? Is that the main there it is. See, I vaguely remember this place for the last time I played. Here we go. Balls inside? Just gonna get something that's close by. I just hope it's not Flower Man. Oof, hate that. Don't like the flashlight being like this too. Oh my god. Since I have 2 bottles, I think getting back one will be great. Right, let's do it. I remember it says has a level C, right? Alright, where's my ship? Oh god, where's my ship? Where's my ship? Oh no, I don't know where my ship is. Oh. Okay, okay. Nice. Alright, let's get back there. It's 2:11 stiff time. I can do it. If you can see a bridge, that should be it. Yeah. It's basically just going straight to the right bridge to go back to my ship. Right, let's do it. It'd be funny if I got spawn killed. Oh, this is a good stuff. It's mine now. Time to go. So this will kill all the electricity, which is like all kinds of bad. The fuck? Why is there a big stompy going on? No, why is there big stompy going on, huh? Whoa! Whoa! I see the big stompy! I see the big stompy! Help! Oh my god, there's nothing I can do. Goodbye. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Don't eat me. God damn. Why are you trying to eat me? No. I didn't get killed by the things inside, but I got killed by the things outside. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Oh, my scrap. I have 3 keys though.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap
Immediately.
metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
Exactly what I wanted to tell you. I didn't know. It's the first time I see something like that. Okay, store. Store. I'm just gonna buy the Pro. Pro F. Oh, look at that. Pro F is enough. Confi. Conf. Yeah. Eclipse Stormy experimentation. I mean, I don't even know if I don't have enough money. Even if I go back to the company building, I basically lost. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm basically already lost. Let's just go to experimentation and, you know, have a good time. I already ordered Pro flashlight. I can even listen to the ice cream truck music. Yeah, 0 days left to meet the quota. Use the terminal around to go. No. I have nothing to sell other than the 3 keys that I have. I think it's a new update. It didn't happen when I do it last week. Oh my god, I cannot type. 9 objects, value of 735. Sure. Hey, ice cream truck, where are you? I want my ice cream truck. The best music in the game. 200%. I love how far the sound travels. In we go. Lights out, okay. How are there so many keys? Cool. I love how when you're crouch walking, you basically make zero noise. Like, what kind of sorcery is that? Like, I want to make zero noise when I walk around too. That would be great. Flower man? I'm glad so far there's no flower man. Engine. It's mine now. You know, I don't like the ambiance sometimes. Why is it so scary? %? Yeah, should be fine. No, I'm just gonna bring this back. I don't like how they use LB as the weight measurement. LB is pound, right? Smell the dirt. You cannot make me. So scary though. So scary. I don't like it. Paco? More keys? I have way too many keys. I mean, I can sell the keys, yeah. But like, they don't worth as much. They only worth for a little bit. See, if I get to sell these, I think it's enough quota. 130. Yeah, 109 plus the key, I guess. Is it key included? 109. I don't know. But I already lost, so. Fuck, that huge tree thing though. Is there a way to avoid that? The game doesn't even give me any notes anymore. The game's just like, you suck. You suck. And now you did.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
I'm going out. Wee. Wee. God fucking damn it. I got unlucky. There's something outside. What am I supposed to do? Death 1, steps taken 13,000. Cool. Give it to me, give it to me.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
This is the best thing.
This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the
Flooded? Let's go
instruction manual
assurance.
and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
Great asset to the company. Great asset. Great asset. Great asset. Alright, we're in assurance. I'm gonna go. It's fine. I already bought a pro flashlight for 17 ringgit. It's fine. Hello. Hello, plushie guy. Hi. Hazard level D, okay. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Give it to me. Give it to me, the ice cream truck. Where's the ice cream truck? Is it here? If I remember correctly, it should be around here. Maybe I'm wrong. Where my ice cream? I want it. Okay, I was right. What? Okay, where's the main entrance? I think I know where it is. So the map is not like randomly generated, the map is all the same. It's just inside the main entrance is procedurally generated, I believe. Circuit bees? Beehive? Don't get the beehives, I don't know what to do with them. I mean, I can sell them. Landmine. I'm not gonna parkour yet. Key. More key. What? There's nothing. Boo. Oh my god. It's a pro flashlight. I should be able to keep it open for a long time. Oh wait. Oh god damn it. I didn't know. Landmines inside? In the middle? Oh, I'll take it. 3 keys? I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it's something. Just don't mess with the bees. I've done it too many times, killed me too many times. I mean, the beehive is like worth a lot of money. But man, getting a beehive is like close to impossible. Close to impossible, close to. Also, to my knowledge, Assurance is like a place where it will spawn the dog the most. I don't know if I can go in one more time, to be honest. What if I just get the beehive and bail? Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get the beehive and bail. Just run, just run to the ship and get out the ship, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna tank it. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna book. Hey bees. Hey bees. Hey. All right, time to go. Oh damn, they're so fast. Yeah, no, I cannot do. Once I stopped running, I almost died. If only I have another people here to do the relay. I don't think there's anything else I can get outside, right? Unless I have a shovel? Question mark? Let me look around. Let me have a look around. I never use shovel. Can I actually dig something out? I mean, what's the point of buying shovel if I cannot dig something up, right? Oh, it's 6 p.m. There's gonna be dogs around. I should just run. It's okay. Got like a bunch of keys. Oh, it count the key in. Okay. stormy? Oh god. Rainy, stormy, foggy, rainy, flooded, eclipse, flooded, stormy. This is just bad. Let's just go to experimentation. XP. On F. Is there quicksand in experimentation? Maybe not. I don't think there's quicksand in experimentation. I think rainy is just gonna create some puddles. It's not flooded, so... yeah, just go. How bad can this be, right? Has a level B? I don't like the sound of that. Oh wait, there's quicksand. There's actually quicksand. Oh my god. At this point, it's just quick clay. Quick clay. Alright, I'm going in. Two beans, first big item. Honestly, I feel like crouch walking does help me avoid monsters most of the time. At least like the monster wouldn't know where I am, like, constantly. Unless they see me, of course, then that's a different story. No. Is normal walking faster than crouch walking? Yeah. I think it's just a little bit of the cash register. Okay. Yeah, it does feel like crouch walking is a tad bit slower than walking. Oh my god, this bitch is so heavy. It's 89 LB? How much is that in kg? I got the big one. It's too big for a kobold though. Roughly half, so divide by 2. 45 kilogram? Fuck, it's so heavy. Like the heaviest I can carry is like 20 kilogram. Like 20 kilogram of food or like dog kibbles. And then this bitch is like 45. Charge it while it's open. It's safe. There's another V-type engine at the entrance. Might as well just get it. I need to find air horn. Air horn. I need the air horn so I can just like go loud blaring whenever I want. Alright. Time? 125. I should be able to get in again. Didn't even explore much, but there's like 2 big items. So I believe Rainy is mostly fine, just gonna look out for a quicksand. Stormy and flooded, best avoid. Oi! I'm awake! Oh my god! I'm not nerfing that. Holy shit! Ow, 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 ow. I'm not nerfing that ever. Yes, that air horn. You're right, you're right. You're right. It is that air horn, yeah. But I need to find it in this game. Oh, also I'm very awake, thanks. Hello, monsters? Oh, it's steamy. Don't like that. Is that hydro gear? Hydro deer? It sounds puddly. The fuck? That's different. $20? I'm not going there. Oh, it's Bunker Spider! I saw cobweb. I saw cobweb. It's spooder noises. The fuck? Did someone just open the door? Excuse-moi, you're not supposed to open the door, whatever you are. God, I fucking hate that. Oh yeah, this is why I got the cash register. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. This buildings? Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I have enough money. I have the cash register. Excuse me? At least so far there's only one quicksand puddle. I'm not risking, go for it, it's gonna be fun. I need to see how far I can go, and I already have enough money for the quota. It's already 202. 9 objects, approximately 600. I got a few. Come to the dark side, we have cookies here. Nah, a cookies doesn't appeal me as much. You know what appeals me. I think they're buying at 77%. The company buying at 77%. 77%, would that be enough? 200by3 200by3 77%. 277%大概是140. It's enough. I'm gonna get the quota first, so I sell all these, and I can go like get more scraps afterwards. Celestial body, 71 guardian. And it's all heavy object. Oh,
You are true professionals.
but I didn't ring the bell though. Take it. Take it. Oh, oh. Okay, okay. Then join the light side with Derek's here. Good. I'm joining the light side. There we go.
Your hard work is invaluable to the company.
I have the paycheck. I have the money. Did I reach the quota? I think I reached the quota, right? Yes. Does just standing near the tentacles kill you, or only if you excessively ring it? I only got killed by excessively ringing it, but I don't know if standing near the tentacles kills me. Haven't tried that one yet. But just keep ringing the bell? Yeah. That definitely kills you. It's kind of funny too. Seven ads? I assume those are small ones because I only have like two minutes ads. How do you get cheap? 20 seconds? Quota reach. Oh, I get overtime bonus and now 3 days? Fuck. Okay. 210. Boom box. Confirm. Door. 186. What can I buy? Flashlight at 10 ringgit? Boombox is 60% off? I got so lucky. Extension ladder, radar booster. Loud horn. Inverse teleporter. Section of ship that core rotates per quarter. Be sure to check back next week. Green suit. Television. Toilet? Toilet? Ship upgrades. Loud horn. I need that. And back. Hey, welcome back from ad hell. Also, yeah, as I was saying, I only got killed by the tentacles by excessively ringing it. I didn't try to stand near the tentacles, and I don't know if it kills me if I just stand near it. Moon, experimentation, assurance, and vow. I'm just gonna spam experimentation. Even though experimenter... Really? Oh. That is very loud. That is very fucking loud. Okay. It just sounds like a whale speaking. Alright, land ship. Also, at least this time wasn't the worst amount of ads I've seen. The most I've seen so far is either 12 or 15. I hope those are like a quick burst of ads, like short ones of that number. Because if it's that number and also like 30 seconds, that's a little bit too much. I have ads set on 2 minutes, I believe, for the 55% revenue share because it honestly helps me a lot. So I apologize in advance if, but also thank you for watching the ads. It helps, it really does. The more ads there, the shorter they get. Okay, at least it's not 30 seconds because if it's 30 seconds and that amount of ads, I would just disable ads entirely. It's stupid. Boombox. Boombox the beast. Thanks, ice cream truck. There has to be a way to upgrade the stamina, I guess. I feel like the stamina depletes way too fast. Oh, I don't like that. Already noises, okay. Double check. I don't know, but that sounds like... Please don't let it be Flower Man. If it's Flower Man, if it's Flower Man, I'm bailing. Bottles. I'd love to see it. Hate that. Oh, that's new. Anything else? Just one large axle? Sure, I guess. What? Don't like that. Oh! Why do we get the slime? I mean, the slime is good, I guess, but it would just block... It would just block off everything. The slime would actually just block off everything. Can you come here? Yeah, no, I cannot go anymore. Fuck. I accidentally did a stupid, I led it to the door and now I'm locked out. Fuck, why am I so stupid? Yeah, sure, okay, fine, whatever. It's fine, it's fine. Is it the slime the music like her? Is it the slime? I'm not too sure. I didn't know there's a monster that likes music. It's a high growth deer. I can check the bestiary afterwards. I'm not going in anymore. It's if I go back in there, I'm just dumb. I guess I'm dumb. High grow deer. Danger level 0 if you're faster than a snail. Because I have the para what? Paraphyletic group prostita. With the incredible speed of reproduction, the small organism can multiply to millions, rarely split apart, instead choosing to form large vicious masses which can take up large amount of space and become a danger to deal with, requiring large tools or lures to relocate. Oh. Hydro deer are drawn to heat and oxygen and can detect it from seemingly anywhere. There's almost nothing organic they can't convert to their own body mass. Nothing has been found to poison them. Constantly replacing themselves, they can persist for hundreds and thousands of years. If you ever find yourself cornered, find a tall object and stand on top of. High-grow deers have trouble climbing. They have great taste, cause I made a friend with one somehow, and we think it was my meal. Slime because this little hologram looked like a slime. It does like music. Oh, I should have tried it. I have boombox. I should have tried it. Ah, god damn it. Sad. Eclipse? No, we're not going to Eclipse. Assurance. I don't get the loud horn. It's so loud. It's so loud. Alright, going in. Assurance. Honestly, I was thinking whether if I want to play Risk of Rain Returns or this. I kind of want to play this. At the same time, I kind of want to play Risk of Rain Returns. I want to play all of them. That's what I'm trying to say. Hazard level 3. Okay, it should be fine. And also, it's been a while since I last played Counter-Strike, so I kind of want to play it tomorrow. Counter-Strike is fun. I like the game. Imagine bees. No bees? Okay. Cool, no bees. Going in. If it's a if it's a slime, I'm gonna bring the boombox in. Right? Squeaky noises? You heard that, right? It was a squeaky noise. High-grow deer. More bottles. Oh, egg beater. Coffee mug. Oh, damn, this place is loaded. Okay, it's hydro. Oh! Don't do it! Don't do it! Oh! There was something else other than the slime. I'm not okay. I know I already got hurt, but I want to bring the boombox in and just play the music and see how it looks like. Maybe the slime will dance. I don't know. How will the slime dance? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm very curious. Time 124. Get out, Locust. Alright, I hope I don't die. Because there was surely something else in there. Oh, near activity detected. Uh-oh. I don't think it's a good idea. Because it's near activity detected. Is it camping? No, it's just there now. It's just there now. You know, at least the game is kind enough to tell me this. Yeah, I'm not going back in. I'm sorry. Look, there's plenty of chance to find hydro deer. I'm taking my things and point my way to victory. Just gonna do it. Spooky. That was honestly not a bad haul. 433. I don't have enough. 464. I don't have enough. It's not enough. Unless 489. There's no object supply if the action or your word was typed incorrectly or does not exist. You have moons? Okay, fine. Stormy, Stormy, Vow, Offense, and March. God, Vow has that weird tree thing. I don't want to risk it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Vow. If I see the big tree, if I see Groot, I'm just calling Groot now. If I see Groot, I will scan it multiple times. I'm just gonna keep scanning it because I cannot outrun it apparently. Oh. And Aqua C, hi! Oh god. Wait, whoa, it's Kim! Hi, Kim. Hello, Raiders, welcome. Wow. Oh, Little Company, nice. How was Little Company? It's a good game. Look, I boombox. And I almost got killed by a high-grow deer. Almost got killed by a slime. Very fun, nice. Had to expose this sheep to a good kobold fam. Wow. Thank you, Kim. Big appreciate here. I forgot to do this, I'm sorry. There it is. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I don't want to see Groot. I wish Groot is not here. I don't remember how to get in. Oh god. It's already 9? Oh. Alright, keep going. Gonna fulfill the quota. Oh yeah, kinda curious though. Are you playing it solo or with someone else? Little Company. Because I'm trying out solo and see how far I can get. Even though I'm like mega pussy about horror game. I got scared so easily. Got decently far? Nice. I got killed by Groot just now and it was unfortunate. Is that fire exit? Oh wait, I've been opening up the flashlight without knowing? No. Got past the first quarter, but I got nabbed by a spider. Ooh. I almost got killed by a slime just now. I'm trying it solo, see how far I can get. Oh, there's nothing. I got super scared. I'm like so terrified. Engine. It's mine. This is kind of a good kobold game as well, you know. You just. I heard something. Alright, if I hear Stompy, I'm dead. Okay, I was here. Oh my god, it's Hydro Gear again. Run! Okay, I know what to do, I know what to do. I got slime 3 times. I know slime is not dangerous, but man is it dangerous. It knows where you are constantly. But according to the bestiary, it likes music. I want to see how it reacts to boombox. A good thing I have a boombox. I think I only seen one bunker spider today. They got nabbed by a spider, let me get out. I then had to avoid the goo monster and the dog. The dog is not fun, it's to say the least. But the goo monster? Because, okay, according to the bestiary, high grow deer. High grow deer, there it is. If you fasten the snail. Danger level 0%. So for the last sentence, they have great taste because I made a friend with one somehow and we think it was my music. So because of that, I'm gonna bring in a boombox and see how it reacts. And hopefully don't die to the big Groot stompy thing. I love this game. Oh yeah. I'm going in. Bees! Bees! No! Is there like a fucking beehive nearby? Yeah, let's not go that way. Oh, maybe it hates music. It might be. It might hate music. Because as soon as I close the music, it's gone. Hey, slime. Do you like the music? Do you like the music? I'm not opening out that door. I am not opening that door. Yeah. No. No. It makes it go faster. It's not making friends. I got lied to. Excuse me. Okay, no stomping, no stomping. Keep scanning because it's nighttime already. And you know what nighttime means? Death. You never know if there's like a big stompy going around. Roaming locust is fine. Keep us there. Maybe it makes it go faster but not kill you. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna try it if I have no scrap on my ship. I will definitely try it, but now it's just because the risk is too much. Did I get something out of this one? I guess I only got one V-type engine. How much is all this? 339. Yeah, that's enough quota. Let's go. Look at this is the Cobalt Horde. Haha. Look upon my horde and be jealous. Yeah, big horde. Okay, good. Now they are buying 100%, so I can get a lot of money. Hey, you want to talk to me? You want to talk to me? No? Alright. The comp. Con F. You can type in you can type in short form, the game will recognize it. It's actually clever. Alright, going in. Guess who likes music? What the fuck? What's that? Something's mega pissed. Something is mega pissed. What the fuck? I don't want to get out. Something is so mad. Is it from the counter? Oh my god, what's going on? What in the fuck's name is going on? What is going on? What, do you not like the boombox? Excuse me, do you not like the boombox? What the fuck? It is actually so scary. I want to see if it's because of the boombox. It's actually because of the boombox. No. No way, it's actually because of the boombox. Really? It's actually because of the boombox. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. I guess someone doesn't like music. Huh. The audacity of this thing. Alright, chill. I'm just gonna sell things. Gosh. That was actually scary though. I'm gonna appease the company with my hoard of scrap metals. There you go. Did you just open... There it is.
You
Thanks.
are true professionals.
We are trained professionals. Thank you. Is it gonna happen again? I'm so gonna die. It's not happening anymore. Oh, maybe it's close to the counter. Just a second. I already got the... Oh, sorry. One last thing. Yeah, I got it. Okay, good. Hey, do you like music? I'm sure you don't, but I'm just gonna, like, play for you. There you go. Huh, it's not happening anymore. Oh, no, there it is. The sound... It sounds like it's coming from behind, though. Right? It's happening again. So it is the boombox. It is the boombox that triggers this. Can I see anything here? It sounds like when you excessively ring the bell and the tentacles get angry. Yeah, but when the tentacles get angry, it would just like go trash around. But this one's a little bit different. This one's a little different because it sounds like it came from this part. It sounds like it's coming from around this way. Oh my god, it sounds like a whale. It's so fucking scary. Yeah, when the game says the hazard level is 5, the hazard level is safe, don't trust it. Is the boombox still playing? Yeah, it is still playing. Oh! It is the tentacle! Well, you're right. You saw that, right? Nah, it's just boombox. Why are you so mad? Company, if I can call you that. See, the thing is, I know that the tentacle is so big, but what if like the tentacle is just like it's a kraken? You know, kraken's over there, and then the tentacle just extends here to like smash. You know, what if in reality there's like a way bigger thing inside there? That is so cool and also so fucking scary. Oh my god. Right. At least we found something. Alright, chill. Gosh, this game is something against boomboxes, huh? It's not bothered by this, but it's bothered by boombox. Are you kidding? It's way louder than boombox, excuse you. Bye bye. Is that a ship? Is that a town? What the fuck? Yeah. $6 for the 386? Damn, I have to play so flawlessly. Alright, what can I buy? Flashlight 30% off. Boombox 60% off. Loud horn. Shower, cozy like screen suit, hazard suit, toilet. I want cozy lights. What else do you have? I have 241. Hazard suit? I mean, hazard suit sounds good, I guess? Does it help? Yeah, 151. 151 toilet. Oh. I was having some food. Having food is good. And back. Welcome back, plushie guy. Kobo, what's up, coffee? Am I in hazard suit? BP'do, go bad. You want me to go bad now? Rotate R, confirm store. I thought Dirk's supposed to be the pillow for Kobold. This is the perfect place for a toilet. Oh, what do you mean? Why you bad? Dirk is big, supposed to be the thing. Kobold runs with pillow. You know, you're right. But Dragon runs with Switch player name ping. Make radar booster player noise. Okay. No? Radar booster name. I don't think I have a radar booster. Okay, I have 1 ringgit. 1 ringao. Let's see where we go. I mean, I have to be. It's coffee. Tira doesn't take me seriously, I'm not anger. Wow. But I do though. Let's go to experimentation once more. I like your emotes though. Look at those. Look at those faces. Oh wait. Oh, I am in hazard suit. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There. Ooh. Okay. I don't know if that helps, but I hope so. Alright, let's go to experimentation. I can bap Tira if you want. No, why would you do that? I'm so small though, a bap of yours is like... Theory, what if the building itself is a holding cell for a kraken and it needs a whole lot of scrap metal to escape? Oh, yeah, the kraken thing is not too far off, right? The kraken is not too far off, not gonna lie. Oh, cozy light! Oh, that is so good. Close the door. Oh, that is so cozy. Okay. Alright, going in. Because when you don't take coffee seriously... Why are you saying that I don't take coffee seriously? No, why is coffee saying I'm not taking coffee seriously? He's a third even though he's small. Oh, coffee, not my word. Not my word, I didn't say that. Alright, time for more lootin' and tootin'. I got a key. It is my key now. VTuber engine? Wow. Okay. Oh, you better apologize to a couple. Dragon. Gonna drop the key outside, it's fine. It's kind of funny how I'm just bowling coffee. Nothing here. You know what? I should count myself as very lucky that I haven't seen a single flower man so far. Because, first of all, flower man sucks. Second of all, I don't know how to deal with it. Like, if I see a flower man, I don't know what to do against it. Wait, there was a green word. Wait, there was a green word now. Oh, I see it. Oh, steering wheel! Nice, it's too far. Oh god, it's stinky. How many items do I have? Dustpan? I have a key here. It's okay, let's just drop these things back. Hi, Crip. Here, I'm in trouble now? Oh, I don't know. See, the thing is, I might be in trouble as well because I like bowling coffee so much. No, but doing good, Crypt. Oh god. Coffee as a knife. I think coffee's gonna... What? No. I even don't know eat furries. Yeah, there's no war going on here. Oh... I'm gonna leave the key here. Spood! 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 Oh my god, Spood! Spood! Wee! Wee! Don't like the sound of that, what the feck? What kind of sound is that? Spood! 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 Keep no! Spooder. The spooder is gonna destroy me. Oh, kiki. It's not that bad lah, yeah lah. I mean, it's little company ma. Little company, scary game. I miss 420. Oh, I love the cozy lights. I have to lay on the floor all day today, so I will be here all the time. Oh, that's nice. Also, laying on the floor all day. Ooh, that sounds so good. I should find a day where I can do it. I should find a day to do that. Just like literally no thoughts, head empty. That sounds so good though. Moons. How are we looking at? Flooded. Fuck. Assurance. Going to assurance. My new balance is 1 ringgit. Can I just say I like the cozy light? It's so fucking good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right, we're going to assurance. This is the furthest I've been. The 3rd quota? Even though I highly doubt that I can reach this quota, but I'm gonna try anyway. Ecosystem supports territorial behavior. Has a level D? Cool, let's go. No hazard level. Hazard level these nuts. Is it just me or do I absolutely abhor these nuts jokes? I mean, it's not bad by any means, but whenever I see it, just like it's a little bit of a to me. Oh god. Fucking early landmines. It's overused. It kinda is. My god, stinky. I kinda want it to be overused. I mean, it's up to you, I guess. It's just I'm probably not gonna react nicely to a these nuts joke. Just a heads up, right? Just a heads up. Nothing against you, definitely. Have I went down here? Yes, I did. Okay. This has a level. Absolute stinky. Oh jeez, that's very fucking loud. Oh my god, it's another bunker spider, really? Hey, yeah. Oh, that's a landmine, okay. Why is it there? Oh, I don't like that. Right, I don't like having two big items on me. I'm just gonna bring it back. This level called Stinky. Stinky hazard level. Hazard level. It's not even hazard, it's hazard. Impossible, go back, I would get lost. What? So Spood is apparently has a level D. Or Smiley Face. One of them. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like Spooder is spooky, but it's not like the... It's not the most dangerous one. Yeah, Spood isn't that bad. In terms of... dangerous levels, yeah, it's not that bad. The Spooder is kind of okay-ish. Smiley face. Spooder has a level he. There's 4 Spood in my room. Okay, now I don't like that. Is that the corner eating bug? Okay. I'm just afraid of bugs in general. Going in. I'm gonna parkour. Whoa. Limot. Oh, key. God damn it, it's Hydro Gear again. I fucking heard that. I'm sorry. It's a slime again. Spooders are nice unless they're in the shower. That's the only time I'm scared of them. I think Spooders, the small ones are fine. If they're like big, I would just scared and faint maybe. Probably. Looks like it. Especially the legs that are really long one. Yeah, I cannot look at them. I'll actually faint. Hey, since I'm not on here often, you played Koru Observer before? Koru Observer? Cannot say I heard of them. No. This is a good haul. Look at that. Damn, Yo, wait, I almost did it? Your snake looks like a character from there? I thought people are saying that my snake looks like Noivern. You know, the color scheme and everything. Bye bye. Open up, open up. It is a web browser game where it's just point and click. Not much gameplay wise, just the story is very nice. Ooh, okay. Koru Observer, right? Maybe I should check it out. That's the link. All right. Oh, you could DM me or something because I feel like I might forget. Did you know that Daddy Long Leg Spider? There's two creatures called Daddy Long Legs. One of which isn't actually a spooder. The other is. It's one of, if not the most poisonous spooder, and it is too small for its fang to penetrate the skin. Oh, so it's not safe, but it's safe because of its fangs is very small. Is that it? Is that it? Foggy, rainy. I have to go back to Val. No way. Foggy. Okay, foggy is fine, I think. Yeah, let's go foggy. At least it's not that scary. And Crib, hopefully you could DM me the link. That will be very appreciated. You know, since I am quite forgetful. Very forgetful, actually. Alright, landing ship. We're going to experimentation. This is the power of fog. We landed. We literally landed. And I cannot see shit. Good gods, man. At least I kinda know how this place goes. There's like a... ladder nearby, I think? Yeah, there it is. And we're here. I don't like foggy, but it's like the most safe one it feels like so far. If it's Flower Man, I'm bailing. DM you on Twitch and Telegram. Alright, thank you. The fucking fuck? That was so loud though? Oh, this is spooky. Oh, this is so spooky. I hate it. What the hell? Something is opening and closing the door. This door. That means I'm kind of safe. Just don't go there, I guess. Why are you being stinky? Two landmines? It's fucking two landmines, seriously? Oh, yeah, everything's fine. Hi, Breen. Woo! Everything's fine. Okay, what the fuck is here that keeps opening and closing doors? I'm not gonna go there. I know monsters are there. If you're still playing when I finish Race of Rain, I'll be down to join. Oh, heck yeah. I think I'll be playing quite a bit of this game. Two landmines. Well.
Why you bullying me?
It's fine. Okay. Just go back. Everything is fine. Be careful, there's like fucking circuit bees though. No, I don't want to mess with them, don't I? It's so foggy, it's insane. Oh, Breen, look. I bought a bunch of stuff. I'm at day, I don't know, but I have this quota now. I think it I don't have enough. But I'm quite far in terms of like days of the game. Don't want to go back for the V-type engine? I have to, right? Good fucking gods, I actually cannot see shit. Just be careful of the circuit bees. Ooh, beans, alright, here we go.
Emotional damage!
Not today. It's nighttime, I have to run. Okay, oh my god. Wow, I hate the foggy weather. Also, let me fix the boop and pad real quick. It's in the wrong place for the longest time, I'm sorry. Okay, now you get the proper boop and a pad. Perfect. Grade B, I'm taking it. And we good. I think we have enough. Nope, I don't have enough. Damn, I thought I got a lot of items. No, I'm gonna become sus. I'm gonna get ejected. Bang. Bang. It's so loud. It's so loud. I love how it says hazard level safe, but not what I discovered. What I discovered is anything but safe. It just opens on its own. Oh yeah, I have the apparatus, I forgot. I think I might fulfill the quota.
You are true professionals.
Press the bell a few times. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I died to it multiple times already. I'm not doing that. Did you know if you put the boombox in, and if you play the boombox here, you will also summon the tentacles that kills you. It opened. I have one more key. God damn it.
We
Whoa!
value your commitment.
I'm rich! Now you can take the key. Take it. Take the key. Give me 3 ringgit. Give me that 3 ringgit. Diga-dingo. And what the fuck? It gives me 0? Here, let me show you this. If you just do this, place the boombox here. Shit. Go. You will notice the screen will shake quite a bit afterwards, and then pull this. Just make as much noise as possible. Shower, cozy light. Oh yeah, I need to buy a shower. Yo! I have a shower! How do I get into the shower? Is it like this? Just in the middle of the room. Wait, it's not happening anymore. Am I not close enough? Maybe it's not the music. Yeah, this one. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god, yeah. Oh jeez, that's actually so fucking scary. Mmm. Did it some of the tentacles? No, it's not happening anymore. What else can I buy? I wish I could buy air horn. Loud horn, teleporter, inverse teleporter, radar booster, extension ladder, jetpack, 700. Boombox, TZP in Helen. What's a TZP in Helen? I'll buy one. I don't know what it is. Is it gonna ship here or something? Oh, tentacles! Oh wait. What the hell? In Helen, tetrazenopurin in Helen, 24 ml. What does that even do? I don't know what this is though. I'm getting back my boombox. Woo! Alright, hope you enjoyed it. Okay, cool. I'm running off. Look at that money! 446? I am so good. What is this specific song though? I have no idea. Zap gun. Quota reach. 553. Who do you think I am? We fuck. Only 3 days? That's impossible. I like this one. Storage. It's very. Alright. Maybe the ads are a little bit frequent? Question mark? That might be a little bit bad. I'm sorry. While moving an object with B, press X to store. Why would I want to store it? Okay, moons. Offense. Never been to offense, but this time you watched often. I have to. I take my cleanliness very seriously. I like being clean. Our competitive ecosystem supports aggressive life forms. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Going in. Had to explore a little bit. I played safe for quite a bit. I'm gonna assume the inhalant allows me to run a little bit more. I'm gonna assume anyway. Hazard level B. Ooh. This place looks like this place looks like assurance. Maybe it's like assurance but harsher. And back, welcome back. Sorry about the ads though. I feel like they might be a little bit frequent, but I hate to say it, but the 55% revenue share does help me a lot. So I will apologize again if the ad gets a little bit too much. I'm sorry, but thank you for watching them too. It helps me a lot. Oh, don't even watch it. Just like look away when the ad plays. Don't let the ad win. Oh, I found it. It's kind of far away though. Stop sign. Dude, come here, I'll kill you. Did I just hear a fucking heartbeat? Soul Size and Octagon. And I'm never good with like gone shapes because I only know. No, I actually don't know. I don't even know how much is hexagon. Oi! Oh, I almost died. Oi! Offense is like gun turrets everywhere, no? Whoa! What the fuck? Yeah, no, I'm not coming to offense anymore. At least my boombox is fine. At least I can still hear my boombox music. Oh my god. Oh no, there's no more battery on this thing. Don't worry. Hell yeah. Never going to offense. March for vow experimentation. Let's go assurance. I like assurance. Oct in octagon means October, which is 10, but that's misleading. It's actually 8 side. Hexagon is 6. Septagon, never heard of that, 7. Octagon is 8. Nonagon is 9. Decagon is 10. How in the fuck? You know, this is the only time where I say Chinese is easier to understand. You have 正方形, and then after 正方形is square, right? And then from 正方形onwards, it's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just 五角形, 六角形, 七角形, 八角形. It becomes how the number becomes Spanish. I don't even know what Spanish is. Like, I don't even know how to speak. I don't know anything about Spanish. Zero knowledge. You get uno decision. What the fuck? How's that level D? I want my ice cream truck. It's here, I believe. A lot of the gun shapes are based on the Spanish words for the numbers. So, uno decision is Spanish. Look at that. I don't know which is. I don't even know how to read that. Uno, dos, tres. It's like 1, 2, 3 for Spanish. Isn't Uno like the game we play, you know? Plus a draw 4, draw 2, reverse, skip. 1, 2, 3, uh-huh. It's like ichi. It's not even ich. It's not like itch. Alright, what do we have? Give me something good. Come on, give me money. Whoa! Where's the turret? So loud. Oh, that's a turret. Oh, I cannot get the clown horn. Oh, fine. Fuck me. I cannot get a clown horn. I'm so upset. But clown horn is not air horn though. It's a horn. I should be able to play it. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, quinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, dice. Who the fuck? Wait. Oh, it's a fuse box. These not dice, that was a typo. Don't do it, Crip. I'm watching you. I'll time you out if you do it. When I see nothing, I just feel like it could be the slime again. No, slime doesn't know how to open up doors. That's not slime for sure. No, 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 no. You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bye-bye. Fuck me.
Emotional damage.
Lucky I got out. That shit would actually scare the fuck out of me if I wasn't outside. Pronounces Dease. Dease. God, I mean, it's not exactly a good haul. I mean, considering I died the first day, I'm not gonna do it. I cannot do it, but I'm gonna try my best anyway. Whoa, what the fuck? This is why you close your door every time you get in. I in Spanish makes a E sound, E, and Z in Spanish makes an S sound, so S. E in Spanish makes an A. E is A? C, S, sin? Yeah, no, I don't think I want to learn Spanish. Holy shit. How? How? Why? That's weird. I mean assurance, right? Nah, let's go to experimentation. I like experimentation. It's easy, it's close. I don't need to run 10 hours to reach the main entrance. I'm going down. Boop. Go. Why is experimentation always has a level B? Especially with J being H and H completely silent. So that's why Spanish laugh like JA. So it's all ja 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 is ha 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 ha. We'll take those. It's so aggressive. Where's this squeaky noise? Hmm? Oh wow. I don't like that. That's a new sound I heard. I don't like the new squeaky noise. I really don't. Okay, let me just put the things back first. And the verbs are even more confusing. Damn. I forgot to charge my flashlight. God damn it. Fine, bringing this back too. Honestly, this has been a really good run. Considering that I only died once and I reached the quota 3 times. It's definitely possible to play solo, but you're gonna play so safe. Gonna really know the risk and reward. Because if you're playing solo, there's no such thing as cut the loss. If you die, you lose everything. Now that's high risk. That is absolute high risk as hell. Oh hey! You know what? You know what? Since I cannot get the quota anymore, I'm willing to try. You know what? I'm willing to try. I'm gonna put the boombox in and see if it still hurts me. All right? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. If I die, yeah, that's fine. But I'm putting the flashlight. Now I'm getting a flashlight. It's fine. Oh. What's with the squeaky noise then? There's no way a slime made that squeaky noise. There's no way. Time really flies in this game. It's crazy. Let's go, we're friends now. Hell yeah, friend. Hey, there's another puddle over there. There's two hygrodeers. Yo, let's go, we're friends. You and me, slime, we're gonna become the best friend. You're gonna eat so many things. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but hey, we're friends now. That's kind of cute. I like it. We're just dancing. Look at that, we're just dancing. We're just dancing. I lost my boombox though, but we're dancing. I actually lost my boombox, but that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. I have a friend now. Hell yeah, friend. Well, sorry I couldn't dance with you for long. You're actually just following me around. Wait, you are just following me. Whoa. What if I step on you? I actually cannot move. No, friend. Oh shit. No, you betray me. Ugh. Although that was a good that was a good. How much money do I have? 75. Boombox, sure. Jack-o'-lantern. Nah, I need my boombox. Flashlight 7.5? Oh gosh, diggity dang. Yeah, let's go to the company. I don't know what this does. What does that do? It makes me cannot see. Oh, I can see again. My boombox. Does this music work? Whoa! Whoa! The fuck is going on? Did I take too much TZP? What's a TZP? No, I'm back. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, what a trip. I don't know what the fuck was that. Hey, do you like the music? Looks like you like this music. No, it looks like you don't like that music. I want to see what happens if I just keep inhaling this thing. Oh. No. No more. You want that? You want an empty... Or maybe you want the boombox that's playing the music for you? What? No way, dude. No way. I am running away, bitch. Yeah, not this time, tentacles. One such instance of a confusing verb is tener. Tener. In the I form, I in Spanish is yo. Huh? Tener becomes tango. In the U formal form, which is tu, becomes tienes. Tienes. In the he, she, you informal form, it becomes tienes, without the s. In the we form, it becomes tenemos. In the they form, it becomes tienen. That's just a present tense conjugation of tener. I'm just gonna say， 那有时候我觉得我讲华语就好了，他妈的什么 Spanish 是什么法文啊？听不懂，真的是吐啊！然后法文什么鬼都不用紧啊，讲华语就好了，真的是。Alright, time to get ejected. Bye bye. Whoa! Fun. Alright, let me back before I get ejected.
As you have not met the profit quota, your
My
performance
ears are
has been
bleeding.
deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Nope, I'm in my shower, you cannot do it. Whoa! Wee! Whoa! What happens if you try to jump on the ship as it's leaving? I just did that. I died. 15 days! I'm so good.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset. When you're leaving a moon? Wasn't I leaving a moon? I thought the company counts as a moon or some sort. Also, sadly, I'm gonna take a small break. I need a bit of a toilet break. My stomach is having issues. Hey, in the meantime, I can show you guys my own personalized Hi-Fi Rush playlist. This is Hi-Fi Rush playlist that's catered to my needs. It's great. Alright guys, I'm gonna go take a small break real quick and then I'll play more. I can... Oh, small... We cannot see small break. Here. There, okay. It's on Chai's face. Yeah. This game is great. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend. This is Hi-Fi Rush. Good music, good gameplay. Corsica is great. Yeah. But I'm gonna go toilet real quick, alright? I'll be right back. In the meantime, make sure to take care of yourself as well, alright? I'm back. Sorry that it took a while. Yeah, I feel like I'm having a lot of stomach issues lately. I don't like it. But I'm back. Sorry that it took a while. Enjoying Hi-Fi Rush music, hopefully. I mean, it's good music. I do love Hi-Fi Rush a lot. I don't think in Spanish is one R makes a normal R sound, but double R means you roll the R. I cannot speak Spanish. I don't know how to roll my R's. And one I makes a normal I sound, but double I. Oh, L. Is that L? One L makes a normal L sound, but double L makes a Y sound. Oh yeah, I heard of this one. The paella. The food. Paella. That's the only thing that I recognize. Other than that, I have no idea. But anyway, I'm ready to play more Lethal Company. Is it L? Alright, okay. Music's so good. Although my personal favorite is gonna be, some people call this teamwork. This one is really fucking good. I'll be done to play in a bit. Just finish and gonna grab a snack first. You can start without me, of course. Okay, I'll start. I think you can join on like mid second day or first day. I think, right? Question mark? Probably. I'm gonna start first, and then I'm just gonna stay in the. Let me stay in the Discord server. Gaming. Okay, I'm in gaming. You can join whenever you're ready. Also, give me a second. Okay, and also make this one voice activation. Sure, I guess. I can make it normal first. Voice push to talk. So once Brain joins, then I can make it voice activation. Okay, we are in experimentation. We have nothing. Have we bought? Okay, we haven't. Since Brain's gonna join mid, I'm just gonna buy one flashlight first. What else can I buy? 45. You know what? Just one flashlight is enough. And we're in experimentation. Any weather situations? Eclipse, stormy, only offense. Offense is all turrets. What am I supposed to do? Marsh is foggy. And stormy means that I cannot get anything. Eclipse means that it's always nighttime and there's gonna be 10,000 monsters spawning. Maybe experimentation is safe? Not 10,000, but like 1,000. That that is not. That's not helping, Jade. I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. Okay, good night, plushie guy. Have good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. If like funny flower dudes, Eclipse is pretty pog. And centipedes. I'm I'm not gonna go Eclipse now. Avoid. Fine, I'm going all offense again. Hi, Perry. Wow. Hi. Sending up a lurk while I D&D. Hopefully you're still online once we finish so we can chat around. Love your face. Wow. Love your face too. I saw the dragon rusted that looks so good. Also there's this. Go look at Perry. Perry's good dragon. Good dragon does art. I think I'm ready. Also enjoy D&D, Perry. Just gonna start. That looks painful. Where's my ice cream truck? I want my ice cream truck. The jump. Whee! What the shit? Oh! I almost died. That's good. The absolute bop. The best music in the game. Alright, time to get turret to death. It feels like offense is the turret place. Cool. And landmines. No flower man, please think, please and think. Who the fuck will fucking kill you? Don't do that. Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Is there, what's the way to deal with turrets? Dude, okay, I'm okay. What? It's just blocking the hole. It's just blocking the road. See, this is what I mean by offense sucks. It's just turrets and turrets everywhere. There's no way I can go. This is a dead end, right? Oh. That somewhat didn't scare me. The only real way to deal with mines and turrets is to have someone back on the ship, I think. Hey! Hey! Apa kamu buat, bang? Lu bunuh saya bunuh kamu. Apa kamu mau? Nanti saya bunuh kau. Don't. Woohoo! No, 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 no. Fuck. Now, how do I get back to my ship? Hey! No. No, 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 no. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Don't you even there, don't you even there, don't you even there. Do not follow me around. Oh, ship, 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 ship. Thanks. uh, 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 uh. Bye bye. Bye bye. The fear. It's raw fear. That why it's actually raw fear. You bully. 2 days left. Can you like join halfway? I can invite friends.
You have to, yeah, you're in orbit, so you have to like exit the game and then reload it.
Oh,
Like just go to main menu, and you'll still have your progress. You just gotta go to main menu.
nice. And let me make you look at the game real quick.
Yeah, that was a good scare.
This game's spooky.
That's a new enemy. I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah. It's like what a baboon has, it says.
Oh yeah, that's one of the new ones.
So if I just start like this, right?
Yeah. And then you'll start on the ship, and then you can invite me.
Hey. Invite.
All right,
Invite
I'm
Schnick.
gonna mute ya.
Oh yeah, I haven't muted you yet. Also, what you send?
I
Oh.
live.
There's 2 breed noises. Give me a second.
Baboon hawk.
Okay.
Hi.
It's done. I am now voice activation. No more push to talk.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we speak in game.
Let's-
There's proximity
let's-
chat.
Yeah, let's not die.
Yeah, dance.
You're still an intern.
I'm still an intern. I don't know why. I made it to day 15.
You're so lazy, that's why.
Yeah, probably. Hi, Cheesecake. Little.
Cheesecake, oh, Cheesecake, you gotta get this game.
Yeah, Cheesecake, you're gonna get this
I don't know
game.
what you think. We'll
It's-
love it.
It's the next Phasmophobia.
Yeah.
Happy Friday.
Right, no, happy Friday to you.
Yeah, we're going experimentation. Because
Yeah.
there's no weather conditions over there.
You got the game?
Cheesecake got the game. Let's go. Oh, do you need a flashlight?
I moved the beds. Oh.
Where's my flashlight?
Oh, it's right over here. Right by the computer.
Oh. Cannot hold until ship has landed?
Oh yeah, you gotta pull the lever here to land this.
Wait, where's the thing?
Right here.
Oh. Oh wait, can you? Oh my god, you
Yeah,
can.
move it.
Oh, let's go. Wait.
You can decorate stuff too.
I got the perfect place. Don't tell me this works.
Help!
Breathe!
Help!
Are you okay? Breathe!
Help!
Oh god! Let me help you!
Wait.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Ah.
Oh, hey! Nice! Oh,
I'm gonna put it right here.
I think we can land the ship.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, do you want to buy like an extra flashlight?
I have an idea. I was like, I'm gonna buy,
Oh! Nope. Can I access the terminal? I can just access the terminal from behind. Hey, I'm out. Magic.
I was gonna go to store and buy 2 walkie-talkies,
Alright.
and then I can guide you.
Oh. So you're gonna stay in the ship?
Yeah, we'll
Alright.
try that. I can try that once if that works.
Yeah.
You gotta go ahead and pull the lever then. Let's go.
I'm going in. We're going in.
We're going in.
Yeah. Someone closed the door on me while I was in the same room with the turret. The person saw me flew across the screen. Gonna love the turret.
Turrets are funny.
Yeah. It's just I don't know how to deal with them. Where's my ice cream?
I want my ice cream truck.
Give it to me. Ice cream. I want my ice cream.
Ice.
I think it lands here. What if I stay here? Is it gonna kill me?
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Oh, is it gonna kill me? Oh!
Yeah.
Hey, fuck way.
Turns out, it does kill you. Where's your flashlight? I guess it's up to me.
Fuck. Yeah, you know, I should have expected that.
You wait here.
I It's the best game ever.
What?
Oh,
Why is there
what?
another body?
Huh? Wait, what the fuck? How'd you get 2 bodies? Excuse me? Wait, no.
Why was there?
It's the same body.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna think about it.
Yeah, it's fine. Breen cannot
There's
hear
2
me, by the way.
bodies.
Breen cannot hear me, by the way. I'm dead, and then
We go
this
try
is
and
like,
make some money.
you got this, Breen. So yeah, Breen cannot hear me currently because
I mean, how bad could it be?
we are using proximity chat in the game, and I'm dead, so Breen cannot hear me. Actually, I didn't think it's gonna kill me, to be honest.
I was honestly expecting like something being right here to kill me.
I mean, it's a fire exit. It's kind of funny if it does.
Ooh. Plus pan?
Cheesecake, we should
And
play
the
this
yield
game
sign.
together someday. Also, you know, now that I have a lot of time. Peanut butter! Hi, Rocket. I think I missed it. Get shouted out!
I made money!
You made money! That's big money! And it's super shiny. Look at that.
Goodness gracious.
Look at that big money.
I'm like sliding down the stairs when I turn. Ugh.
I love I'm just responding to Brain even
Might
though
be
Brain
enough to make
cannot.
it worth going back right now.
I think this thing is like 80 ringgit. Even though Brain cannot hear me, by the way. I think this
Heard
one
a
is
noise.
80.
Some kind of animal sound.
Dog. What if it's a dog? That'd be funny as fuck. Dog. Look at that. Brain is so
Apparatus. That's 80.
80. We're so rich. And the dustpan?
17.
Yo.
37.
And the yield sign? Dude, we're rich.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. We're rich. We're rich.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Yeah, we're rich. Yeah, put me on bed. Can you
Damn,
store
I can't
me?
store you in there.
Aww.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised if you can store dead bodies. That would be kind of funny, though. Fuck, why am I still the laziest?
Oh.
Why am I lazy still?
The laziest employee.
No. I mean, I died.
Laziest employee.
Can we swing this?
Use your flashlight.
Oh.
Guys. Oh yeah.
I can swing it.
Yield.
Yield. Thanks for holding to my flashlight.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, we can go back to experimentation. I want to
Sure.
go back to assurance.
I mean, we can do experimentation.
All right. Let's land, baby.
Shiny. It's shiny.
Oh,
It's shiny.
it's shiny.
It's shiny.
I'm gonna keep throwing it. What if I hit it with this?
It's gonna explode.
Funny that I wouldn't doubt if that happened.
Yeah, it's this game. If it happens, I won't be surprised.
All right, you want to try going in by yourself this time?
Sure. So do I
All right,
take
bring
one?
It, bring it walk. Yeah. And
Okie
turn it on
dokie.
when you get. Yeah, turn it on when you get in or when you get to the door, because it'll drain battery.
How do I turn Ocu? Okay. Send voice. Hi.
Test. Hi, test.
Yeah, I hear you. I
Flashlight.
scream.
I bought an extra flashlight.
I
In case I need to
scream.
come. There you go. In case I need to come rescue you
Yeah.
or your body.
Oh, my body.
All right.
I'm going in. Going in.
Alright. I don't. Oh, I see. If you go back to the main room and go straight ahead, there's some loot at the end of the hallway. All the way at the end. I don't see any enemies or anything, so you're good.
I found a key.
Yay! There's like 3 items in there.
Oh. My inventory is full. I'm bringing back 2 items.
Yeah, if you want to drop them like right outside or just at the door, when we're all done for the day, I can come help you grab them.
That works.
I don't see any enemies right now, so you're good. Is that door right in front of you? Oh, no. I was gonna ask if that door is closed over there. Like, is it sealed in front of you?
I see a security door that's open.
That's all dead ends over here.
I guess I'm going out. I'm going the other way.
I think the rest of that floor is empty if you go back to the main room and then like right, the right door.
The right door?
Yeah, that one, yeah. There's a dead end there.
I found a dustpan.
Oh, cool, yeah, I didn't see that.
My flashlight died. I'm gonna go charge my flashlight. Hi.
Hey.
Making a new D&D character. Do you want to add like fear or weapon or something? Huh? A fear weapon or something? Oh, I didn't mean to drop that. But it's your character. If I add it for you, would that be a little bit unfair?
It is getting a little late, but we should be okay for another run.
Yeah, I'm going in.
I saw one really fast enemy in that room over there.
I hear squeaky noises now. It opened the door nearby.
Yeah, it's me. I'm trying to close doors so I can lock it in somewhere.
Oh, Breen can control the security doors?
Alright, let's get one downstairs. It's a small and really fast moving thing, so it might be one of those like loot bugs.
I don't remember how the layout is. Oh my god. I only have a key on me.
There's 2 enemies in there now. I don't know what they are. Are you alive?
I almost died.
What was it?
It's like the thing that eat things, and also one bug. I got bit once.
I saw one little thing, and then I saw one big thing. I was like, oh no!
Yeah. It's so spooky though.
Alright. Let's get out of here before it gets
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it's nighttime.
Alright, next time I'm gonna come with you inside, that way we can get more loot.
Yeah.
Which is
Although,
our last day, so.
yeah, although having a overlook does feel
I'm
nice.
lazy.
Yeah, you're lazy.
I'm the laziest.
Finally, my efforts has been recognized.
Report to the company building immediately to sell
Immediately.
other goods. You have 0 days
Great
left to
asset.
meet the
Great,
profit
great
quota.
asset.
You can
Great
use the
asset.
terminal to
Great
route the
asset.
autopilot to
I
the
need more
company
great
building.
asset.
Assets. Great, great assets.
126. Ooh.
So I learned a strategy when I was playing with Glenium, which is to only sell enough to reach the quota and not go above that.
Oh.
It doesn't carry over, and then we can sell the rest, like keep the rest of it to sell next time.
Oh, that's really good. Okay.
Yeah.
How much is the
So I'm gonna
question?
sell. I think this thing is 80, but I'm gonna sell it first.
Okay. Maybe you should keep the yield sign.
All right.
Oh yeah. Pass.
All right. So we only need 50. 50.
550.
Yeah. So that's 20, and the sign is 31, so we could sell both of these.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Make our money.
We need money.
Before I do that, though, I want to do this.
Oh.
Right.
Why?
Oops. Because it's
I'm-
funny.
I'm just a little kobold. I have no
makes a fu-
good loot.
It makes a funny noise.
He makes a funny noise. Word. Did it open? Ooh, okay, it did open.
Nom. Tasty. All right, I think we're good.
What can we buy?
Hey, we can buy stuff over here. Yeah.
You want the television?
Can we afford a teleporter?
It's 375.
Oh no, never mind. Or we could buy a TV.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a TV. Oh shit.
All right. Television.
Television. It's there.
Worth. Use all. I didn't know use all of our money.
Yeah.
We're broke.
But we got a
money.
TV. Can I not put TV on? What? It's not wall-mounted TV? Wow.
We can put it right here though,
Yeah, I'm trying to.
and then I can watch TV while I watch TV.
Yeah. Look at that, it's perfect.
Come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
Yeah. Oh no.
No! Oh my god. Hey, it's a boombox music.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what am I looking at?
It's a cat. It's a kitty.
It's a kitty?
It's a kitten.
Oh wait, it
It's a
is.
kitten. It's a kitten.
I thought I saw something else.
A kitten.
More
If
kitty.
an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Ask the crew member the... Is the entity being aggressive? Or... If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew
Yes.
member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
How was your day?
How was your day?
How was your day? Good.
How was your day?
Yeah, quota reached. Easy.
220. Simple.
220. We already have like 75.
Yeah. All right. So experimentation is stormy. So I guess we're going to assurance this time, or vow.
We can go assurance.
Okay. Let me see.
Vow.
Deny,
Vow, I died to a tree. I died to Groot just now.
Oh yeah, Chip.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah,
he's
Groot is
mean.
mean.
Need assistance. If the answer to all of these questions is
Groot
yes,
just
you
eat
begin
me.
your self-defense measures. If the crew member is stressed, strike a question like, how was your day? Thank
How
you
was
for
your
your
day?
cooperation.
How was your
Thank you for
day?
your cooperation. Happy travels. Ha 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 ha.
No. We need to go stormy weather. Recreate that scene.
Hey, where's my flash? Oh, where's my flashlight? It's in my It's in my hand.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, did I steal
You
it?
wanna go to the main entrance or the side entrance?
We can go to the main entrance.
All right.
I can hear you breathe from a distance. I want loot.
I want loot. Give
Give-
me your money.
Money. Give me your loot.
This is a robbery.
Yeah. Give me your loot. Everything's mine. You think that's yours? No, it's mine. Is he singing his own theme music? Hey, bring. Dogrex, hi. That's you, right?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
I just hear their footsteps like, oh, hey.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what? Whoa, money.
Money.
I found brass bell and jar pickles.
Ooh.
Whoa. And a mold pen. And bottles.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I cannot get the bottle. Here, you can take the mode pen. I have full inventory.
Yeah, might as well run this all back real quick
Yeah.
before something bad happens. That would never happen.
Yeah. I mean, Flower Man doesn't exist.
No, no flower, man.
Yeah, Flower Man doesn't exist. It's not real. Hello, good to see this adorable kobold. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I'll take it.
Coming through here when playing with Surfy, and I saw the worm up here, like right here,
Oh.
and Surfy was like, ah, and then died.
Ah.
Yeah, she didn't think. She was like, she didn't scream. She was like, ah.
It just reminds me of our first encounter of the slime.
The hydro deer?
The hydrogen. Ah, Dev.
Yeah.
Le poop. Wow. I like poop. Gosh, look at that. We're rich.
Oh, that's a lot of money. We have enough for our quota already.
Yeah. Gosh.
But there's no point in doing that yet.
Mm-hmm. Because now they only buy for like 33%.
I think so. Let me see. Yeah, they're at 30%. Did you recharge? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we can go back in once more. It's like 1.
Alright, let's have one person go in case it goes bad. Here, grab a walkie-talkie.
Okay.
That way, if we die, we don't lose everything.
True. Right, I'm going in.
Alright. Turn on your radio when you get to the door.
Okay.
Save battery.
Is it open? No, it's not. Okay. Hope you're doing good, Doggy Rex. I like this game. This game is fun as heck.
Looks like there's a total of 10 objects worth 900 scrap outside the ship, so.
What scrap?
Worth 900, so I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in there, it sounds like.
I like a lot of stuff.
I think Flower Man is coming to say hi to you.
Someone open the door, someone open the door, someone open the door, someone open the door.
Alright, I don't see it anymore. Something was walking around there. But I closed some doors over there.
Oh, Breen closed the door. Oh, it's a bug.
And there's one thing. Oh, there's a bug, okay.
Hey! Hey!
There's nothing in this room, but there's a door at the end of the hall.
I'm scared.
Yeah, just a bug. He's just wandering around, don't worry about it.
Alright.
If you go ahead and look left, there's some loot. I think it's on top of that trowel, or that thing above you. Yeah, it's up above you, I think. I do see one more enemy over there. It looks like it's another bug, it's a small one. There's two things of loot right in front of you here, though.
Alright, I'm leaving. My flashlight died.
Alright, yeah, take a right. Yeah, just go straight down to that hallway and you get to the exit.
I see the bugs are there. Just jump over it.
Now be careful, it's dark out, so there might be enemies around.
Dog. Such a simple game and it makes such great moments. Right? And Zeeker's, I always say Zeeker is such a fucking genius.
There's a very large one in front of the ship. I think it's a dog or something. Or maybe it's a locust. I can't tell. But it's right by the...
Alright, I'll stay quiet for now. What if it's a dog though?
Oh, come on.
It's a fucking worm!
It was the worm.
It was the worm. Yeah. I thought it's just a dog and I saw a dog. Fuck. Yeah, run. It's fine. Oh shit.
Your body is so close.
Ah, but there's worm outside. It's up to you, Breen. We have too many scrap.
Right there.
we have so many scrap though. Breen cannot hear me.
I think I'm just gonna leave because I don't want the dog to eat me. So
Yeah. The dog. Go. Go. Oh my god.
gone, dog. Be gone. Whoa. Fuck you, doggy.
Fuck you, dog. How is Breen employee and then I'm still intern? The Pikachu shock face moment.
I sustained the most injuries.
But I died. I saw the dog walking around and I was like, oh, it's just a dog. And then I saw the ground shaking. It's like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I saw like the giant circle, and then it like once it, like got really close to you, I heard the noise like, oh, that's a worm.
Yeah, that's
I
a
couldn't
worm.
do anything.
Too late.
It's too late.
Yeah,
too
it's
late.
too late. Nah. It's okay. I got pickles.
Pickles.
Pickle.
All right, we got lots. All right, where are we going to now? Let's see. We can go back to experimentation. I mean, there's no weather anywhere even. We can go. What's? You want to try offense? I remember what offense is like.
Offense, I've been there like 2 times and it's just full of gun turrets. And also it's where I met the baboon.
Oh yeah. Never mind. We won't go there. Let's go somewhere else.
Sure.
How about experimentation again?
Oh yeah, I might be able to look at the baboon. Bestiary.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's in your bestiary. Yeah, if you want to read it.
I did scan it.
I did see a mod. Someone was streaming this. They had a mod. They had a large lobby, so I think they had more than 4 players. It'd be really cool.
Whoa. Scientific name Papio vulturius. Baboon hogs? Oh my god. Oh, it's a baboon bird. Ew.
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 Nasty. But we only have 1 radio now, so.
Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
They are loosely territorial. Much of the behavior is motivated by intimidation and display.
Oh, so if you look scary, maybe they'll go away.
As lone scouts, baboon hogs are generally timid and won't attack unless provoked. Okay, so I did get close to it and it attacked me once just now.
You did provoke it.
Yeah, in greater numbers they can become a great danger.
Yeah, one time when I was coming back from a place, one of the dogs was getting attacked by like 6 of them.
Oh my god. To use their numbers to attack animals twice their size, such as eyeless dogs. Oh my god, you're right. They took my pickles? That's the last.
My pickles.
That's the last sentence. They took MY pickles, it says.
MY pickles?
Yeah, MY. It's not even my, it's MY.
Pickles.
Pickles, not the pickles.
Alright. All we gotta do now is not. Oh, we only have one flashlight.
We have one ringgit. I hear bees.
Yeah. Bees?
Bees. We have one.
I hear money.
No, I don't want to do it. I'm going in raw. I can get 4 items. I'm gonna be the pack mule. My motherfucking pickles. Pickles. I actually
That's a
like
crime.
pickles. Pickles are great.
I like dill pickles.
Wait, there's a different kind of pickles?
Yeah, there's many kinds of pickles.
Oh my god, I only know pickles.
I only know pickles.
Yeah, I only know pickles
That's wrong.
from McDonald's.
Like the
Like a what?
the big screw. The broad, like the broad definition of what a pickle is.
Then mine.
Hear mine.
Yeah. It's okay.
Da-da.
I can't see shit.
I'm here.
Yeah. I hear squeaky noise.
Oh, key.
Key? I thought it was something.
A key.
Key.
Hello.
Oh hey, we're back here.
Yo.
Oh. Hi, SC.
Hi, Breen. Hi, Droxen. How are you guys?
We're playing some Little Company. I muted Brain because we're having like a proximity chat thing.
Oh. Okay. So how are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Nice.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know there's a fucking hole. You know, that's a funny thing. Breen doesn't know that I died.
I forgot how to get out of here.
Now those salty and
this way.
spicy pickles? Yo.
Easy.
Easy. Tiora, you're a kobold, not a bird. I know. I didn't think. I didn't see. There's a hole. Fuck, this game is great. I love how I keep dying, and then Breen is like so good at this game.
Root.
Money. Does Breen know? Does Breen know?
Alright, I'm here.
Does he know?
Yeah.
You-
Alright.
Yeah, alright.
Oh, it looks like so
Uh-huh.
it fell down a cliff based on the monitor there. I've seen the bottom of that a lot. Well, playing with Surfy likes to fall.
Bree knows.
So let's go grab the engine and leave.
Bree knows. No, fuck. See, if I look at the monitor, I wouldn't know that someone fell there.
Got money.
We got loot though. And someday I'll become a bird, I think. Hey, who knows? Maybe a kobold can fly someday. They're just singing without a care in the world.
I feel like I hear something, but maybe it's just the wind.
It could be a dog.
I see beehive.
Don't take it.
Want the money.
God, I have the large bolt, and I think I have magnifying glass. Wait, no, magnifying glass is the last round.
What the fuck is that?
Door closed. Fuck! Why am I the laziest?
Droxin, lazy again.
No, I'm not.
Lazy again.
I cannot see anything. I didn't think there's a hole.
Oh, we
we're,
can go land somewhere else.
we're so
We have lots of
rich.
stuff and we can go. Yeah. As long as we don't die.
Yeah,
As long as we both don't die, I mean.
I will most likely die.
Alright, you want to go back to experimentation?
Sure.
Alright, last one. Go ahead and pull that lever.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that lever. So good.
Pull that lever!
Look at that pull. It's the perfect pull.
I think next we're going to buy some backup equipment in case this happens again, so we don't have one flashlight.
It's all good. I can see in the dark.
I don't think that's true.
A kobold is... Yeah, kobold can look in the dark, I think. Even though I
Kobolds
fell...
also have, like, featherfall?
Oh, I can cast that. It's a level 1 spell.
I'm going to go in the fire entrance.
I'm gonna go through the main entrance.
Alright.
We're going separate ways. I got this. Now I'm just gonna go for the bright place. I highly doubt that Breen can hear me right now because Breen went through the fire exit. Oh, hey. Oh, I opened the locked door. See, the thing is, if I get that, Breen cannot see anything. And so do I. Like, I could get this. I totally could. Breen! Breen! Can you hear me? Breen! Hear my voice! Oh shit. And now I'm pretty sure Brink cannot hear me. I mean, if I pull this out... Breen doesn't know. See, that's the thing, Breen doesn't know.
It's dark.
I took it!
I noticed. I got the radiation warning from outside.
Yeah. Oh, you're outside?
Yeah, I was coming over because I heard some scary noises and I didn't want to go over there anymore.
Oh no. Alright, you see, I got some loot.
I got an engine.
I got shiny and a big bowl.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard some scary noises and I was like, I don't know if I want to go. I'll go to the front.
I don't like scary noises. Eee.
No. It was like very loud thumping.
Oh no. Is that Groot?
Is that Groot? Oh no.
I thought Groot only spawns in Foul.
Yeah, I think he only is in like on forest maps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I also found an axle. I think. Or was that from last time? I don't remember.
A paradise. And the boat.
You want to go in one more time on your own?
Yeah.
Alright, here you go. I'll just watch on the camera and it'll be funny to...
That's good, that's good. I feel safe.
And if you want to bring a key with you, I guess they have like 3 of them.
I did use a key to get the apparatus.
Okay, yeah.
I'll skip the key. Do I need walkie-talkie?
No, I don't have. We don't have an extra one, so
True. I'm going in.
I'll just watch you.
Yeah, you
Alright,
just
have
watch.
fun.
I'll be back. Hopefully. Look at this. I'm gonna bring the most loot. I'm gonna bring so much money. Brain's gonna be so surprised. Oh fuck, I forgot it's super dark. I really regret I regret my decisions and my deeds. I don't see anything here. Can there be a proper loot goblin kobold? Hell yeah! It's what a kobold does best. When there's loot involved and money and shiny, yeah. Alright, just let me do this parkour real quick.
I hope y'all have a good one.
Alright.
Yeah.
Take care. Oh. Take care, SC. I'm out. I got loot. I got money. Green, I got money.
I saw there was like 2 items in there.
Yeah, I got the big bolt and a large axle.
Hell yeah, we gotta make so much money.
Oh my god, we're so rich.
We're rich.
We're rich.
We're rich. We're rich.
Yeah.
We're rich.
We're so rich.
We're rich.
We're rich.
It's like when you see the gold in Deep Rock.
Yeah.
We're rich.
We're rich. We're rich. We're so rich.
We're rich.
What is it?
Most profitable. I am the laziest and the most injured.
I'm the most
and the most
profitable.
paranoid.
Whoa, I'm a
But you know
part-timer
what?
now.
Oh, you got promoted. You finally did it.
Whoa,
Your name tag updated.
I'm not intern
It's
anymore.
part-timer now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so good.
Yay, you're not lazy.
I'm not lazy.
Not anymore. Yeah, you did it.
We did it.
If an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member the following.
Is the entity being aggressive?
Being aggressive?
Do you need
Are you
assistance?
injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures.
He may
If the
begin
crew
a self-defense
member is stressed,
mechanism.
strike a question like, "How was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels."
Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha.
Hee 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 hee. Alright, we gotta sell 220 worth of stuff.
We're
Let's
just gonna
start with
sell
the
all the big
apparatus.
stuff.
Yeah, let's see how much this is worth first.
Isn't it always 80?
I think it's sometimes more.
Oh, that's why it's question mark.
Yeah.
If an entity has come in contact
Please
with
refrain
a
from
member,
immediate
please
self-defense.
refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead,
Immediate
ask the crew member the
self-defense.
following. Is the entity
Immediate
being
self-defense.
Yeah.
Eat it!
Take
Eat
it.
the thing!
Come on. Come on, take it.
Ah!
Take it. Careful.
Eat the thing!
Come on, take it. Take it, dummy. Take it.
Hey! Hey!
I'm just gonna step away. Take it.
Buy my shit!
Oh. Eee. Ooh.
Instead, ask the crew member the following. Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured?
There we go.
Need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, begin your self-defense measures.
80, alright, cool.
Crew member is stressed. Strike a
How
question
much is
like,
this?
"How was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels."
So we need another 140.
The one on my hand is 39.
39. Alright, and this is 50. That's 89. So we need another like 50. How about this?
Is it enough?
We need like 10 more, so anything.
10 more? I'm getting
Yeah, grab
the
anything.
cookie mold. Cookie mold is like 14.
Alright, yeah, it should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, take it.
Take it.
Take it.
Take it.
Take it.
being lazy.
Take it. I'll dance for you. Take it.
Take it.
That's right. Take two.
That's right.
They took it.
Idiot.
You are true professionals.
We're rich.
We are true professionals. We're rich.
We're rich. What can we buy?
Yep, we have enough. All right.
Cozy lights.
Store. Yeah. How about we do this?
I mean, cozy lights will be good.
Alright, hold on. We can do flashlight. I'll buy 2 flashlights.
Sure.
And then I'll buy walkie-talkie too. Alright, that still leaves us with 177 to play with.
I just.
Ice cream truck.
Ice cream truck!
cream!
Ice cream! It's
cream!
mine! Whoa! Ice cream! Mine! Where's the thing? Why are we so gremlin? Ice
So we should
cream!
have ice cream. We should have 3 flashlights and 3 walkie-talkies total.
Praise the ice cream. gotta be careful not to let it kill me though.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah, you like the ice cream too much. Walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie.
You wanna see a trick?
Walkie-talkie.
You wanna see a trick? I can climb without opening out the hatch. And I'm stuck. Look at this. Whoa.
Ghost!
I'm a ghost!
Ghost!
Let me out! Let me in!
That'd be it. What else should we buy? I could buy 2 pro flashlights, but I don't think we...
Do
oh
we
man,
need
jetpacks are set 50% off right now too.
70%?
50%, yeah. They're still 350 though.
No. Do we have enough?
No, we do not.
No. Do we want to sell a little bit more? Just to get the jetpack?
I don't think we have enough. Oh, I guess we do, but it would be 1 jetpack and we would definitely lose it in some stupid way.
I mean, probably. If I got my hand on the jetpack, you know for sure that it's gonna be good.
I bought 2 shovels because they're on sale.
Oh, nice.
And then... oh, that's much easier on my eyes.
Yeah. I help.
You're helping. You're not the laziest.
I'm not the laziest.
I'm not lazy.
Oh! Ice cream!
Again.
Ice cream! I want it. I got the ice cream. It tastes of iron and wood. I got the ice cream. The ice cream I can...
Ow!
Whoa!
I bought a record player.
I like it. Now that's a very dangerous way of storing a shovel. Hey Breen, look at that. I stored the shovel. I stored the shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Ah, see? It faces true. Look at that. Perfect.
I'm gonna rearrange things.
Whoa.
Like that.
Whoa.
I'm decorating.
You're decorating. Interior design.
Interior. Interior. Alligator.
Alligator. Alligator is cool.
There we go. I have so many TVs.
Wait, we have 3 flashlights.
If an entity has come in contact with a crew member, please refrain from immediate self-defense.
Oh, we just need a boombox.
Remember the following. Is the entity
Oh, we have 21 gold. Oh, edge? Oh, yeah. Sorry about the aid.
Whip. Whip. Whip.
Boop.
Oh, we both turn it on and off at the same time. Whip.
Then dancing with jazz?
Yeah, we're making this feel like a homey little ship.
Yeah. Now we just need cozy lights.
Yeah, or a table. I want to get a table and put like right here.
Ooh, that's good. I mean, if we can afford a if there's no table, we can always buy like 2 televisions, I guess.
Just,
And then just put it on top of the on top of the both televisions.
Green suit, hazard suit. Tables are they're 70, but we can't afford them right now.
Oh,
Alright, where do we want to go?
where can we go?
Let's see.
Any non-weather moon?
We got experimentation, vow, or offense.
You wanna try Val?
Yeah, let's go to vow then.
Yeah.
Vow.
Just
I heard
gonna.
someone cough in the on the record.
I'm trying to wait for the cough. I
I
guess
know
we
I
can.
heard a cough. There it is.
I didn't hear it.
Ah, there it was. Yeah,
No, maybe it's very subtle.
it is. It's like a it's like in the background.
Alright, we're landing ship. Whoop.
Rip.
I'm going in.
Alright,
I'm going
let's go
in.
explore.
Yeah.
I want to bring a shovel with just in case.
I have a flashlight. Oh look, it's a big pumpkin.
Make sure we're all recharged, just in case.
Oh yeah, true. Look, we have big pumpkins.
It is a big pumpkin.
Yeah, very big. Can you shovel it?
What's up?
Can you shovel the big pumpkin?
Nope.
it's too tough.
It's a very powerful pumpkin.
Yeah. Best not to
Power
mess with pumpkin.
Yeah, you don't want to play with gourd.
Why do
I always get lost in this, like getting to the.
I don't even know where the main entrance is. I'm just scanning over and over.
Right here.
Hey,
The large pumpkin.
a pump. The biggest pumpkin. Is that bird packs? Oh,
Huh?
it's pathetic. the emo is like bird packs. Like wow.
That bird got some packs.
Big
Some big old bird titties.
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 Chemicals.
I hear bunker spider.
Spider.
Spood.
Alright, I wonder if I can kill it if I jump on a rail and.
Maybe. Yeah, if I motor support.
I almost jumped off to my death.
Yeah, I saw that.
Alright, well, it's kind of leaving us alone right now, so.
Yeah, it doesn't really like attack anyone. I think the bunker spider is kind of chill.
How I'm hitting it.
It's very spooky though.
Got it.
You got it?
I killed it.
Whoa! You smoosh a spider. It's okay, Lex is not here. We missed it, but we know we killed it. Or at least Breen did it. I found loot.
Magnifying
Hey! I want it. It's my loot. I like loot. Let me put it outside. I think we actually have a lot of items. I think we can get it back to the ship first.
Yeah, before it gets like late. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see? You get the hay. Oh.
Oh, actually, I can't. Here, yeah, you have to carry it because my inventory is full.
Yeah, okay, let me do it. Going back to ship, and then we can come back for the chemical jar.
I killed a spider.
You killed Smite. The brain is so strong.
I'm so powerful.
I feel so safe. I'm being protected. Oh.
Huh?
I found ship.
Oh, okay.
Hypothec, yeah. Brain protect.
Violent.
Yeah. With violence, it works. Oop. Money.
Hey, you want me to give you you want to go check out, go like on a run on your own?
Sure.
Grab a walkie.
I got a walkie. I'm going in.
And charge your flashlight.
I charged it.
All right.
This is fine, right? Okay, where's the bridge? I mean, the bridge was by the pumpkin. It should be easy to find out. I found the bridge. I throw comb. Why? Why are you throwing cobble? I'm going in.
Have fun.
Oh,
Oh, there's a little loot bug.
whoa!
You just stole something.
That's not a loot bug.
It looked like a loot bug. He ran away with an item.
Something tried to eat me.
I didn't see that. What do you mean tried to eat you?
It tried to kill me.
Alright, well then grab the chemicals and come back.
Whoa!
They went downstairs, so.
Yeah, I'm not going back in. Help me. It's so super spooky. Yeah, is there was right behind me or right below me? Spin around and throw launch. You know what? If you could see Coffee, I trust you can catch me. Of course you can do that. And I'm back. Welcome back, Perry. Hopefully D&D was good. Who scared the little kobold? I don't know, something tried to eat the kobold.
It just looked like a little thing and it had an item.
Yeah, but like my screen went green.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's how spooky it is. Throw a brick wall. Wow, Coffee, your Coffee's bullying.
Cobalt violence.
Kobold violence. Think it. Wow, 31 months.
31 months, that's a long time.
Yeah, holy shit, that's like one whole year.
Right?
Oh
That's
my
at least
God.
2 years.
Yeah, it's like at least.
That's at least a year.
Yeah, that's at least 4 months.
celebratory jazz.
Yeah, look at that. We have so much money. Thank you, Ting
I'm
Ting.
the laziest, the most paranoid, and the most injured.
I'm the most profitable. Finally, the game is recognizing my efforts.
Alright, what else we got? Moons. There's the cough.
I didn't hear it.
Are we at Val right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
D&D was fun.
Alright,
A
we can
tree
land back there
smashed
again.
our car. We rebuilt it, avoided an ambush of dire wolves, but now a loop garou, a master werewolf thing, is hunting us. So we had fun. That sounds kind of scary.
That sounds spooky.
Yeah, a master werewolf. Unless you can pet him, then yeah. I'm a reminder
There's
of how
so
we
much
start
loot.
streaming. We are so rich. I love how coffee just like throw kobold at brick wall. Coffee,
Violence.
no. Coffee, no. Don't throw kobold
Oh,
at brick.
I'm like organizing it.
I like it.
Makes me feel better. I'm like, oh god, it's a mess.
It's 8:28. Oh god. I'm going in.
Go for it. I'll catch up in a second.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Organizing. Throw snake at kobold. Snake use strangle. Snake use steel arms. What? No, that's my arms. That's my Paul Bappers. Once it's dead, you can pet them, but they're very vicious, very dangerous, but cute as fuck. Oh, a danger pupple, huh? Bad coffee, get bonked.
Violent.
Violence, get bonked. See, pet is the way to go, coffee. Oh, hey. Don't do that. I'll cry.
This is a good dead end.
Yeah. I want the parkour.
The last time you fell.
No, I didn't. Look at this skill. Coil head.
Huh?
Coil head.
Oh, fun. Really? Can Coil reach us over here?
Yeah. I can look at it.
Okay, I don't know if Coil can reach us. So that's fine. I'll explore.
Yeah, you can explore. I'll look at the coil head. That's fine.
What a duck.
Throw prey at floor. The perishes little pseudo dragon. Too bad my floor is covered in pillows. Oh, nice. Oh my god, hey, I actually want a floor covered with pillows. You know what that means? I can sleep whenever and wherever I want. That sounds amazing.
Alright.
I think I saw a hoarding bug as well.
Okay. I'm gonna keep looking for the dead end.
You wanna do parkour?
That's actually the only way we can go.
Oh my god. Okay. you
I'll
wanna...
watch it, because my flashlight's half dead, so.
Okay, I'm gonna jump.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so,
a hoarding bug.
Yeah, it's a hoarding bug. You look at it.
I am looking at it.
Look, it moved.
Well, that went well.
It's scary.
It does jump.
Oh my god! Run away, Breed! Run away! Run away! Keep our loot!
I'm gonna take my loot and we're gonna leave.
Hey, rubber ducky!
I hope someone clips that because that was really funny to watch from mine.
I can't fucking do it.
Chat, get to work. Flip it.
Chad, get to work. I'm saying it in a very disdainful way. Get to work. When a crash sleep comes, I can just fall down and sleep. It's amazing. Yeah, man. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Scary decom. It's scary.
There it is.
There's so many. I'm afraid of mannequins. And then there's so many footsteps, and I just died. The thing just shouted at me, and I died. I wanted to do parkour, but I was scared. Obligatory weeping
Ducky.
angel monster. The best rubber ducky. Yeah. Ducky.
Not mold. Metal. Screw. You got so much stuff.
We are so rich. And Brink cannot
Good thing I
hear me.
bought extra flashlights. Coxon, at the bottom of the hole.
Yeah. It hurts. My ankles. This is not Risk of Rain Returns. My ankles hurt.
Snake my head.
Shake, snake your head. Did you just snake your head? Brink cannot hear me, by the way. I'm dead. I'm the laziest and the most profitable game. That doesn't make sense. I'm the most profitable though. Also, you just snaked your head.
Snake my head.
Snake your head. I cannot believe it.
Look at all this loot.
Oh my god, we're so rich.
It just looks like assorted garbage, which is really funny.
It's a yard sale.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah. Oops, no. Moons.
I got a flashlight.
Oh, we can go to Assurance or March. I think March is good. March is a really close base, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, sure. I feel like I've never been to March yet. Good job. Thank you, Perry.
I gotta see that because it was really funny. No, you're like, I just. And then I just leaped. I was like, oh, all right, goodbye.
I thought I stood on the metal pipe.
And then when I was trying to leave, the coil head jumped across the canvas. I was like, no, bastard.
It was spooky. I gotta look at it too.
I'm gonna watch that clip real quick.
Yeah, me too.
Way we can go.
Oh my god. Okay. you
I'll
wanna...
watch it because my flashlight's half dead. So.
Okay. I'm gonna jump.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
a hoarding bug.
yeah, it's a hoarding bug. Yeah, you look at it.
I am looking at it.
Look.
That was good.
Why does it have to be that way? It's scary. Oh, why does it have to be over the parkour? See, if there's no parkour, I won't be dead. Oh shit!
That was good though.
Yeah, that was great. That was fucking great. Thou have lost the
Welcome to
parkour
March.
privileges, Miss Kobo.
Bee!
Bee?
Beehives right there.
I'm just gonna avoid. Hi,
Yeah.
Nexus.
Hey, Nexus.
Yeah.
I ordered a pro flashlight, so just one is good enough for one, so.
Let me just do this real quick. Nexus bean.
Nexus!
Nexus.
Where's my ice cream?
I want ice cream. Did you buy something?
I bought a pro flashlight, just one, because we had enough for one.
Yeah, all good. You can have it. I just... Yeah!
There we go.
The best music in the game.
Bees! There's another thing of bees right next to us.
Oh god, you're right.
It's bee time.
No. Oh, is that the main entrance?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, that's really close. It has to be over this big gap.
I think when we first played, we went here once, and there was a coil head, and then we left.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I have a vague memory of that. It's like we have to walk over the big gap.
There's lots of bees right now.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure if I fall down, I'm gonna die, right?
Yes.
Yes. A engine. Mine. I got engine. Oh god, not another parkour.
There's an axle and another engine up here.
I'm gonna parkour. How's the Lethal Company? Oh, it's fun as heck. It's a dead end, Breen. Breen, I found a dead end. Breen, the dead end. Breen.
A total dead end over there?
Yeah.
I haven't gone this way.
I'm gonna go this way.
Alright.
I don't like that noise.
It's the steam valve.
No, it's like...
It's me!
It's you! Oh hey, look, a door. That's open.
Yeah, door.
Oh my god.
What's in there?
Oh!
What?
Metal sheet? I found a metal sheet.
Alright.
What? I survived.
That's good.
Yeah, look at that. I got the schmoove. See, I spent years playing Tekken. It's not for nothing, man. Look at that. I have the super. How many parkour is it? The super reaction. Loot? Remote control? Jeebus cribs that made me jump. Hey, this game is spooky. Also very funny. Whoa, did I drop my... I didn't mean to drop my bottles. Breen! 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 I'm scared, Breen! My thing died. The thing. Flashlight. Yeah, my flashlight died. And I found a remote control. I have a remote control.
can bring stuff back to the ship.
Yeah, I have two things. A remote and a... What was that?
What?
I don't know, you just... Hi again, Kim. Fellow boo.
Right, this way. Sorry, this way.
Oh, okay. Set them
You can see the
gently at
ship from here. It's nice.
Oh, nice. You're right. Set them gently at the bottom of the abyss. I didn't mean to set it into the abyss. I was trying to change to my flashlight.
Wait, what do you mean drop in the abyss?
I was trying to change to my flashlight, so I have to drop my bottles. But then when I drop my bottles, it dropped to the abyss.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Laziest employee.
Nah, I did good though.
You wasted precious garbage.
Precious garbage, no. Just having a slight heart attack playing this game? Yeah, same. Honestly, same. Oh yeah, can I use the remote here?
Hey, what's the remote? What is that? What kind of remote is it?
Whoa!
What does it do?
It just switched the light.
I want to see.
Can I switch the TV? No, it's just the light.
I want to see it.
Yeah, it did. Whoop.
That's probably worth something.
Yeah, it worth like 22, I think. There's no cozy lights.
You want to go back in for another run, and I'll you can use my flashlight, and I'll guide you.
It's 6:21 p.m. Oh,
Oh,
it's kind of scary. You want to beehive?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
we could get a beehive.
Oh, I already pulled the lever. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
I mean, look at all this. You risk it all for a beehive.
Yeah, look at that. We're so
We would.
rich.
We're rich. We're rich.
We're so rich.
We're rich.
Laziest and most profitable doesn't really go together, game. God, this game is amazing. Uh-oh. We need to
We
sell.
gotta go to Route Company. They're selling it at 100%, so that's good. Or buying it 100%.
Nice. Oh my god.
Kitties!
Kitties! Oh my god, kitties! Look at the kitties! They are not at all spooky.
Contact with a crew member. Please refrain from immediate self-defense. Instead, ask the crew member.
Is it being aggressive?
Is the entity being aggressive? Are you injured? Do you need assistance? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you begin your self-defense measures. If the crew
How was
member
your
is
day?
stressed, strike a question like,
How was your day?
Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels.
Thank you for cooperation.
Quack, 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 quack.
Oh.
Quack.
Quick.
Quack.
Quick. Quick. Quick.
Alright, so we need 190 more.
190? Hmm.
Yeah.
Is the entity
How much is
aggressive?
this?
Use your trusty
aggressive?
shovel.
I killed a spider earlier.
You killed the spooter.
Yeah, so that's 39. 34.
I'm just gonna bring like the big stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell like all this small junk.
Oh, are we selling the big junk?
Oh, we can do it, yeah, we can do that.
Like
Just put it
no,
down here and see how much we get.
we only have one chemical jar.
Alright, yeah, bring it over here.
I'm coming.
That's 110. 147.
We need 33. 4, 5, 6,
We
7, no,
need
43.
Like, yeah, 43. Yeah. I think if we sell like a bunch of this small stuff, that should be good.
Yeah. $209.
Yeah, that's fine.
That works.
All right.
We got the money.
We got the junk.
Take it. Woo.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
It was in my inventory, but it didn't.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Would I die?
No.
Delicious.
Your work keeps the company happy.
Oh,
We
look, the,
value your commitment. Money.
your efforts keep the company happy. My flashlight died. Not anymore.
Keeping our beds over.
Yeah, why can we not sleep on the bed?
I
Can
wish
this-
we could.
Can this thing even hold 4 person?
Yeah, the one on the top is very, very cramped.
Yeah, I mean the bottom one looks kind of cramped too. I feel like I'm gonna have a fear of falling when I sleep on the top bunk.
Oh, yeah.
And at any point might just be like, what? The big junk or the big a junk? Oh,
Big junk.
the big junk. Ooh.
Oh. I bought a table.
Whoa. Mine.
Get off the table!
No, you cannot tell me to
You're
get
gonna
off
hurt
the
yourself.
table. This is like an actual snake and kobold interaction. Oh, oh. Ice cream! Oh my god! My. Oh my god. Green doesn't know. Oh, I have 3 flashlights now. The darkness will never keep me. I'm too bright. I have 3 flashlights.
Yay! I bought some. Yeah, I bought some pros. So we have some spares.
Can I actually do like... Oh, I can. Wow. Wait.
So much light.
Whoa! That's kind of cozy, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's perfect.
Now we can afford a toilet.
Whoa, we need a toilet. Yeah.
We should buy a teleporter though. If we sell like 100's worth more stuff, we can buy a teleporter.
What does the teleporter do? I mean, I know what the teleporter do, but what? How does it behave in this game?
It teleports someone from somewhere, and it doesn't. It leaves all the items behind, but they get brought back. You can teleport bodies too.
Oh. Can we like access the teleporter at any point?
You have to access it from in here.
Oh, from in here. That makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Want to sell like 100 worth of stuff then?
Sure.
Alright, let's see if we got it.
Not the ducky.
What? The duck is worth 71.
It's because ducky is it's a super rare item.
It's a collector's edition.
It's limited edition. You can just sell that thing.
Oh, we can keep it then. We can sell something else.
Yeah.
I can put the duck back.
We need the duck. We can sell the chemical jug. Oh. It's just a duck noise.
We need 6 more.
Six ringgit dollars.
Yeah. So we can sell one of the engines. Those are not worth very much.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes. Sell one engine and then we're good.
Mine. Can't sell the duck, it's a mascot. The duck is the valuable debugging companion. Yeah, you can just sell the duck. Ooh, ooh.
Your work keeps the
Yeah.
company happy.
We got the money. Praise duck.
Right here. I'm gonna
Is
put
it-
it right here. There.
Ooh. It's
See,
it's
go
very
go
good.
go run somewhere.
All right. Bubba. Can catch me. No. Why am I back?
Ta-da!
Whoa, that's good. Wow.
It works. And it's really good for like recovering bodies.
Yeah.
And like if I can save you or something if I'm like guiding.
Yeah, it's definitely here to save me.
Yeah.
It's too
Bring in this thing.
important.
Hi, Shredder. Alright. Let's get out of here. We got everything we need.
Yeah.
We made a lot of money.
Did you pull the left? Oh, you did.
Goodbye.
I thought it would teleport me back.
I was trying, but the button was going too. It was going too fast.
I'm too
We got an
fast.
overtime
Is that
bonus.
Breen
I don't know what
co-op
overtime
Karangi?
bonus is.
Is that Breen? Is that
Me.
Snake? Whoa, 25 months. Oh my god, that's another year. Oh my god.
That's almost a year.
That's more than 4 months.
Wow.
Hello, Shineko.
Hi, Snack.
How you
We're playing
doing?
Lethal Company.
Little
This game is
comp-
great.
Yeah. You should play this, Snake. You should play this.
Yeah. Now, where do we want to go to? We can go back to experimentation or assurance or march again if you want.
March is kind of fun too. Yeah. We can go
Alright,
March.
let's go to March then.
I haven't found an air horn. I'm sad.
It's so much fun. It's like a horror comedy, really.
Uh-oh. I think
What?
is my connection funky? I hear your voice like robotic.
I'm here.
Oh, you're fine now. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks wild. I haven't had a chance to try it yet. Find a chance to try it, Sneak. Eat
Stink.
good. Eat good. Can we remove
You
Brain,
stink.
please? He stink.
You stink.
Snake stink. They just attack 2 snakes. Snake stink.
Smelly, snaky.
Stinky.
Alright, let's see.
I'm gonna bring the
Go.
pro.
Pro flashlight.
I'm gonna go pro. Look at that. Wow.
We're going pro. We're out of the little leagues now.
Yeah, we're the big leagues. The big,
The
yeah.
bigger, the biggies.
The biggins.
Oh, bees.
Oh, don't.
Bad bee, bad bee.
No hurt.
There's more bees. Man, there's so many bees here.
Yeah. We all stink, some more than others. True.
Tell me about it. I have a coworker that does not.
Bees. It's Surfy.
Surfy bee.
Surfy bee. No, not this time. No.
Dead.
The brain's mean. A brain bullies me.
I don't.
It's so muffled.
No, I don't. It's a dead end.
Yeah, it's a dead end.
And we only got one direction to go.
Yeah. One Direction?
The band.
Hey, yo.
Oh, there's a horn.
That's what? Huh? Porn? Oh my god! Oh my god! It's so good. I missed it. But it's not air horn though. That's a different horn. I first time seeing it.
It's a clown horn.
I need it. Oh, it's a dead
There's
end.
only one direction to go. I'm gonna drop this stuff off outside real quick.
What a coincidence! I'm gonna go outside too. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mine.
Ooh, a stop sign.
Yeah. Oh
Stop.
hey. No, no.
I heard something. Not that. I heard a little creature.
I found a key. I hear a squeaky noise. A big time Kobo energy. It happens.
Is that a dead end?
Yeah, that was a dead end.
Oh.
Is that parkour?
That's a...
Dead end? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can parkour like this.
I think I heard Flower Man. I'm nervous.
Oh god. Look, if you hear multiple clown horns, know that I'm in peril.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger, clown horn.
I guess I didn't hear Flower Man. I thought I heard something.
I have things.
How many things?
2. Another parkour. Did you?
Huh?
Did you open up the door? It's dead end.
I didn't find anything else, so...
I only found like an extra key.
Alright, well I guess we can go back.
I guess.
And then scan on the ship. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beep boop.
This is the best thing.
Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. It's like Patrick when he's under... looking for the kid. Wee woo, wee woo.
This clown horn is mine.
There are many like it, but this is mine.
It's mine. Every good game has a clown horn. It's the first time I heard of clown horn, honestly.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Oh, I see angry bees over there. Hold on, we gotta get inside.
Oh. Is it because of clown horn?
No, sometimes they're just angry bees.
Maybe you should run.
They just kill everything they see.
I don't like.
clown horn is worth 65.
Whoa. I have a key.
It's worth 12. What time is it in the game? You want to go back for a run on your own? I'll guide you.
It's 5.
All right, have fun out there.
No.
Oh yeah, we can go. We can hit scan on this.
Oh yeah.
There's a total of 1,500 worth of stuff. Uh oh. Time to go. Time to go.
Yeah, time to go. No, Groot! Groot is coming! Groot! Groot!
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, that's right, Groot. You cannot touch this,
Yeah,
Kobo.
Groot, get fucked.
Yeah, get clown horned.
It made a funny noise as you got brought back. I was like, oh yeah.
No,
That was a funny noise. It's true.
I'm not
I like
lazy.
funny noises.
We hear one funny noise and repeat it for weeks. Hey, sounds like me too.
I like funny noises.
The funny noise
I'm
is
easy to
great.
entertain.
Now we just need air horn.
Oh god, to complete the duo.
Yeah, we just have a what's it called? A duet of air horn and clown horn.
Alright, we're going back to Assurance because everywhere else has bad weather.
Oh no! All right, Assurance is fine.
Yeah.
Just be careful of the dog and the worm.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna put the clown horn here for safekeeping.
It's worth so much.
Yeah. Dual wield the horns. Gosh, I wish I can
wish
dual
we
wield the
could dual
horns.
wield.
Yeah.
I know, that'd be awesome.
Then we can dual wield a yield sign, and a stop sign. Yield, stop, yield, stop.
Did we leave the radio on?
We probably did.
Okay, I'll meet you there. I'm gonna turn it off just in case the dogs decide to like appear and beat us in the...
And then the dogs just go inside the ship. It's like, hey, radio. If I see a dog, I'm gonna air horn so much. Gosh, I need to find an air horn. I need air horn. Maybe they want to listen to the news or something? Probably. Although they're gonna one-shot us though. Loot. Mine.
Dang.
I found loot.
Loot! Oh, good.
Bottle. Look at it.
On the fire exit.
Oh, nice. Where'd you find the fire exit?
Right over here.
What? Where's here? Oh, I found you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
cool.
don't need to parkour, you can just walk around too.
I'm gonna walk around. Oh!
What?
Gun turret.
Where?
There.
What?
Yeah, don't go there.
Where?
To there.
Oh, I see it.
Don't.
I didn't see it. I walked through there like 3 times.
Oh my god. How did they aim for me and not you?
I don't know.
I'm so small though. Oh. Wow, came stinky. Toy cube. Yep. Brass bell. Caw.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. I'm so heavy. Yep. I heard a call. Breen, I'm so heavy.
Yep.
I have things.
Oh, I found some things too. The other way is a dead end, so
Nice.
it's all this direction.
I have things. Head pets. Where's the big thing? You mean Flower Man?
I hate Flower Man.
I don't like Flower Man. Oh, cool.
It's a dead end over her.
There's like doors here.
Wow.
2 doors.
Dungeon.
Oh, that's your footstep.
It's just me.
More parkour? Oh no, it's locked.
I have a key back at the entrance.
Nice. But there's like different places to go. The tea kettle? Nice.
Hey.
Hi.
Alright, I'm gonna. What's your. Oh, okay. What's your flashlight at?
Around 20%, 10%?
Here, you wanna take mine? And I'll just go start moving stuff back to the ship.
Okay.
Just give me whatever that.
Then I'm gonna grab a key. That's a lot of things though.
Yeah, I'll start moving stuff. There's a key right there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the key and try to go inside and see what's going on.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. Alright, if I remember how to go back there, I think it's around here. Fuck? Thought I saw something. Okay, it's that one. Cutest emote, not gonna lie. I agree. Ow! Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Hey, I didn't take your things. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope,
Hello,
nope,
and welcome.
the boop. It's Bonnie. Hi, thanks for the follow. Hey, Breen.
Hi. What's up?
I might have seen a flower man inside.
Okay, it's time to go.
Yeah, it's time to go. It's neat. I wonder who made it, right? I think it's by the wonderful Ariel. The cutest pseudo dragon. Still alive. Oh, God. God. We don't have walkie-talkie.
Oh god, what teleport me? Yeah.
I'm
Oh god, big
inside.
dog.
I'm inside. I'm inside. Oh, yeah. I'm.
I heard the worm and I was like, oh fuck, I had to drop my stuff and leave.
I saw there were so many rats around you. That was so scary.
Yeah, I was hoping you would teleport. I was like, maybe you should see and teleport me.
Oh, I forgot. We have teleport.
Yeah.
You know, the laziest employee. Yeah. Or maybe a forgetful employee, maybe. Yee. I love clown horn.
Let's go back to experimentation. We haven't been there in a while.
Yeah. We're so rich. I found a brass bell too. I feel like brass bell is like a rarity because it costs so much.
Yeah, that's good.
See, this is what I mean. The game can be so funny and then so scary in like 180 in 10 seconds.
It's 100% like a horror comedy.
Yeah. It can be so funny and then in 10 seconds it would change from comedy to fucking scare the shit out of you.
And then back to comedy again.
Yeah, back to comedy again. It's perfect.
Yeah. Alright. Charge up. I'm gonna bring a shovel. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this is a shovel mission.
You got the shovel.
I'm feeling shovel.
Yeah, I can run away with my pro parkour skills. Disregard the clip that we just had.
Yeah, just forget about that one part.
Yeah,
there.
that one part is
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. It's just no, it's just I got scared. It's different. I'm going in. If it's fireman again, I'm gonna bail.
You're crouch walking over. I'm just like la 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 la.
I just don't want to. I just don't like making noise.
What a big empty room.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's a lot of like. We could salvage this thing. It's like an air
I know,
conditioner.
we could salvage totally something.
Yeah, and then the game just like.
Okay.
Nope.
I can just break it.
Oh. I don't like when you charge up the hit. It sounds like a bug. Did you hear that?
I can dance while charged up.
Oh hell yeah! I can dance while I crouch though.
An engine.
Engine.
Money.
Loot. I'm going further down.
I will follow.
Oh hey, look, it's an empty container. It's a dead end.
Oh.
It's a big dead end.
This goes down several floors.
Wait, Breen, give me a second. Cover me, Breen. I gonna talk to my sister real quick. Alright, I'm back. Got a little bit of something to discuss.
Oh, okay.
But it's all good.
Good. We got important business to do.
Yeah, we got money to loot. Crouch dancing should be possible. Do the Russian dance thing where they kick people. Kazotsky kick is fucking hard, no doubt. Like the squat dance. You're gonna have like 10,000% of core to be able to perform that dance. That shit is hard. What was that? Engine. Why, Breen? Why?
I killed the power.
No. All good, all good. You know what? I did that too. How do I go back? Oh, hi.
Hi.
I found an engine.
Wow.
We're rich. Oop.
Use the emergency entrance. Maybe you can find something over there.
Did it
Something
find
different. Like a monster.
I'm gonna bring the stuff back. I'm gonna charge my thing as well.
Emergency entrance.
Whoa. Look at the shiny. Look at this big shiny. Chat, look at this big shiny that I have. It's all mine. Breen got it, but it's mine now. And Breen doesn't know. Because I'm bringing it back to the ship. The radio is still playing. And then we're gonna come into a dog. Oh my god. Hey, you know what, that works? Tiki Fox, hi. Cobalt moment. Yeah, true. It is truly cobalt moment. I don't know, when I play this game, I feel like the most cobalt. Throw it back? No, it's mine. You cannot tell a cobalt to throw something that's so shiny back. Never throw back. Did Breen take the engine? Cobalt hoard the shinies, yeah, see? Cobalt must hoard the shiny. A very important business. Oh. Did you hear any of that?
Hi. No, I found a spider though.
Oh, cool. Did you kill it?
No. 'Cause it was dark.
Yeah, all good. Oh yeah, right. It's
I was like,
dark.
oh no. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. Maybe we should go.
Yeah, we should go. We
Alright,
must
to the
save.
company.
Yeah.
To the company store.
Ooh. Ooh, spooky.
What if the TV emits light?
Oh, I'm too late.
Are you injured? Do you
It
need
does.
assistance? If the answer question is
no, I'm not the laziest. This
the crew member is stressed. Expect a question like, "How was your day? Thank you for your cooperation and happy travels."
We're gonna get so much money.
Yeah. Route company. Confirm. Stop hugging the radiation.
No, this is mine. No,
No, I want it.
no, it's mine.
It's so warm.
Yeah, it's so shiny. It reminds me of the. Did you know about the bored ape thing?
Yes, with the UV light.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but it's just so funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, but man, I feel bad for the people, but at the same time, it's NFT, and you know they kind of deserve it. Very important. With a big horde of shinies, the Kobo attract dragons to look after the colony. See? Yeah.
There we go. Let's start selling goodies.
Chat, I'm gonna hide this here. I'm gonna hide this here.
Hide the duck.
Brain doesn't know. Brain doesn't know. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna hide this here. It's all good. Yeah. See? It's all good. It's all good. Huh? What? Huh?
Hi.
Yeah. I'm just counting the money. How much do we need?
We need 510, I think.
Hey, wait, do we even have enough?
I think we might.
I'm just gonna randomly put things in first. Because 500 is a lot.
Let me see what we get.
Beebo, beebo. Beebo. Wow, we're rich.
All right, we still need 60
Ipai.
175.
Oh yeah, you're right. I was counting it, but I was so slow. No, Breen, don't take that. No, you don't know this. You don't know that's here.
I saw it glowing.
No, it's not there. It's not there. Don't forget to do the thing with the apparatus. What can we do with apparatus?
What do we do with an apparatus?
We hoard it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I on about? You're ugly.
Your work keeps the company happy.
Your work keeps the company happy. If you go down the ladder and parkour on the scaffolding thing, the metal beams, there's a thingy. So it's like a secret thing? Okay,
I know there's like an audio log there.
I guess for this once I'll do it. I
60.
Wait, I literally cannot grab it. Oh, I got it.
Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Breen, I cannot see. My hands are full. I'm okay. It's a sad day for a kobold. What did I do? The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? There? There? Where? Here? Where the beam connects with the catwalk? Catwalk? Where the beam What's a catwalk? And there's someone oh, hi, Rita. I was like, I saw an extra extra icon. Oh my god. I hate you, Rita. I hate you so much right now. Is it here? So do I jump? But it's it's 80 ringgit now. I don't want to like risk. 69? Not here? Gosh, I don't know what a catwalk is. Go up the stairs and stand where... I'm up the stairs.
We did it.
We did it?
You mean like right here? Yeah, we hit the
We got the quote. Nice.
Quota, yeah. Now, as long as we don't die here.
I'm probably gonna die. My connection is dying, so I couldn't speak. And then you skip me, got good. Yeah, here. I'm just gonna follow Breen, I guess.
I don't know where I'm going.
Catwalk's the thing you're walking on. That's a catwalk? That's a weird name for it.
I need to get a flashlight. I'll be right back with a flashlight.
Alright. You cannot miss me, I'm literally shiny.
Flashlight, flashlight, flashlight.
I need light. Take the shiny home to safety before too much parkour.
Ow!
That sounds painful. This is not Riso frame, we cannot just break ankles like that. Yes, a Lord Reader.
Oh no! Okay. I'm okay.
You're okay.
I don't know where we go with this thing.
I have zero clue.
Let me see.
Is this a bell?
There is some scaffolding right here.
Oh, that's nice. Is that the thing?
Is this the thing? I think this is it.
This could be it.
Battery. Right here.
Oh, okay.
Put it right here.
Wait, my
Or
thing
right
is so
here or
big
something.
though.
Ah, it says battery.
Battery. There's no prompt.
Put it right here on this thing. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh. Wait, the wire's broken.
You plug it in down here. Beep-boop.
What?
Beep-boop.
I cannot get in, I'm too thick. Do we need more ropes?
What do we do? Let me see the thingy madoodle. Oh wait, I have an idea.
Oh, I like ideas. connected.
It didn't connect. Sad.
Hmm. Not gonna lie, I don't
Now
even know
what?
if the soundboard thing went through completely before my line died for a moment. Yeah, at least we hear that, I believe.
I will be right back. I gotta grab something. So keep looking.
I'll keep looking. Come on, work. Breeze being heavy off by the people. People. There's holes for it on the side where Kobo stand. Me? Oh!
Oh, I see. Okay.
I can...
We need 2 of them. Damn it.
Oh no! Back to my
Give me-
assessment. Good
give me-
luck on your stream. Okay. Can we climb this? Maybe the other side? Oh wait, maybe we need to parkour. Oh, we found the hole, but we cannot get it in.
Hmm.
It's the second best item. I was so close.
I'll actually do something maybe later.
Probably. So do we just...
We can just keep it. We already reached our quota.
Yeah, we had to reach a quota. Wait, we cannot even bring it back. We need to climb the ladder, and we cannot climb the ladder.
Damn it.
No! No! It's lost forever.
Well, there goes 80s. Oh well.
No.
We have so much stuff we can buy.
That actually works? I thought it would actually do something. Maybe it's an Easter egg, probably. Can we hold it while
No,
they...
if you teleport, you lose, you drop everything you have.
Oh, I'll drop everything I have.
Yeah.
Teleport. Shook.
I have a fun idea.
I like a fun idea. What do you have?
Let's go to one of the expensive places that cost a lot of money to go to.
But a paradise.
We can't get it.
Okay, fine. I still have my clown horn.
At least you have that and the duck.
Yeah, and the duck. Oh, you found the duck.
Yeah. I lost it. I don't know where it is anymore. Oh, there it is.
I don't.
There we go. What?
Hi.
I don't even notice you found. It was quiet. We lost 110.
What the fuck? No, I didn't
No,
know.
we can't go there. No, we can't go there.
I didn't think it's gonna lose 110.
Yeah, we lose money.
No, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Oh my god, 110. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's based on how much we have.
Oh my god. Oh, it's based on how much we have, not how far are we into the day. Oh shit.
Well, now we can't go back there.
No. It's okay. We
I guess it-
we can go sell more things. We can get
we
more
can go
things.
to experimentation. We can get more stuff.
Yeah. You know, experimentation is not bad.
Yeah. Boop, 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 boop.
Come and fool herself to fuck around and find out graph chart has been maxed out. Look, this game is all about fuck around and find out. It's a fun way of playing this game, I feel like. Just do dumb shit and then this game will oblige.
It will reward you.
Yeah, it will reward you. Oh, you like doing dumb shit? Here we go. Like, just so you know, we like that too, says game.
We also think it's funny.
Yeah, and we reward the funny. Honestly, game is brilliant.
Parkour.
I got steering wheel. I can now drive things. That's around where the thumper comes where it burns. Big boat. Mine. Fire exit. Guys, by the way, I'm playing this game in the dark room. I'm very scared. It's getting dark. I didn't open up the lights yet. I'm scared. Oh. The only way to play scary games? Oh, not for me. I can only play scary games when it's like sunny outside. Or in a very bright room. Or else I'll actually shit my pants. It's scary. Oh, it's actually a dead end. If I jump? Oh yeah, it's a dead end, I forgot. Green?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought something happened.
I heard something squeak.
Squeaky noises? Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I didn't like it though.
Yeah, there were a few times where I hear squeaky noises as well, and I never see what it is. Yes, there it is.
I went that way.
I don't like it. You went this way? Okay.
Yeah.
I went through a lot of dead ends.
Oh, okay. I haven't gone across this pit yet.
I'll do it. We'll do it. Yeet.
Fish.
Hey. The deep breathing in the background makes me think there's a huge sleeping monster you guys are about to wake up. Probably.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It's a dead end. What?
Thing in this place.
Is it like all dead ends? Something we can go somewhere down there? Nope, dead end.
We can try using the fire exit.
Oh yeah. Hopefully some kind of dragon. Most definitely a dragon. I would just go and hug the dragon. I should probably put my things back. A dragon who hoards scrap metal. It's a metallic dragon, yeah. Metal Tekken.
I'm going in.
Through the fire exit?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna go into the fire exit as well. Maybe there's something new there. Steering wheel! I have the thing. I'm bringing it in. It's the most important thing. I'm just gonna go find Breen.
I think you already came through here.
Oh yeah, I did.
Did you not see the fire exit?
I think I missed it.
I don't think there's anything.
Oh god, I missed the fire exit.
I guess you can go back to the ship and do the scan command and see if there's any junk that like left over.
Yeah, actually I'm quite curious. This one feels like we explored every single place.
Yeah, very small one.
Get horned.
Horn.
You just got horned.
You just got honked.
Honk. The single most important thing in the game, the horn. True.
So many keys.
We have a steering
Damn.
wheel.
There's still 6 objects in there.
And we somehow missed all of them? Wow.
Yeah. It's a little late. I mean, if you want to go run in, I can like teleport you, and I'll just give you you just bring like the regular flashlight and radio.
I'm going in. Oh, wait, I have a pro flashlight on me.
Yeah, make sure don't forget a walkie-talkie either.
Now, there's no need. It's fine. I'm going in.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm bringing a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, because I can see where's nothing.
It says until midnight, right? I'll go in through the main entrance and see what I can find. Walkie-talkie is on.
Got you.
So this is where the fire exit is.
That's just the fire exit where you are.
That one is a dead end. This one I don't remember. Oh, this is main. Oh shit. So it has to be here.
I opened the door to the left. That was probably what made you jump back.
What was that? Something when my screen turned green just now?
I don't see anything. Also, I think there might be a dog outside, so I might be quiet. Alright, I'm gonna teleport you back.
Yeah, that's fine. There was nothing there.
That's crazy, yeah.
And then I was in the steam room. That's why I cannot see shit.
Oh, okay. Alright, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
I heard a noise outside, but I thought it was a dog, but I didn't see anything on the radar here. I was a little nervous.
Maybe it's a worm.
Oh yeah, maybe. We're safe from worms. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep
Beep
boop,
boop,
beep boop,
beep boop,
beep beep beep
beep
beep
boop. The laziest employee.
beep.
Wait, I'm an employee now. I'm not a part-timer anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're so good.
Yeah, I bought cozy lights for us.
Oh, yeah.
They're much better looking.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, look
It's
at
so
that.
good.
Wow.
It is cozy.
This is much better on the eyes.
Yeah. For whatever reason, this corner is extremely dark though.
Because the bed is blocking the lights.
All right.
Alright, I'll fix that. Hold on.
No, it's okay.
No, I got it. We'll do like this.
Why am I opening? What? Hit pumpkin.
Whoa.
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 This plus the horn.
Whoa.
I cannot do two at the same time? No.
Let's see. Okay, here we have stun grenade. We'll buy 4 of them because they're on sale.
Oh wow, we're rich.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick.
Okay. I also bought us a new suit.
It's spooky. Give me a second. Yeah.
I bought a new suit for us.
Whoa, it's
Oh,
yellow.
it can be yellow.
Yellow.
Hazard yellow.
I'm gonna change it. the dance that makes this game worth it.
Alright, what's next? Let's see. Moon. Let's go to offense. We haven't gone there this yet.
Yeah,
We've gone to every other planet that we can so far.
we got this.
How bad could it possibly be?
Yeah, it's just turrets. Oh, I dropped my clown horn.
My horn!
No, my horn!
Give it back!
My horn! I actually cannot see.
Yeah, just lights back.
I got the pro flashlight.
Yeah, we're all yellow now.
Yeah. Wait, team yet? Is it that? Oh, okay.
This is the first place we saw an eyeless dog.
There's gonna be baboons.
And dogs.
And dogs. I like the echo.
Echo.
Oh. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ooh, hey, look, I saw the stun grenades that Green bought.
I forgot about the grenades.
I got 3. There's one more here.
Here it is.
Just gonna go store it real quick.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring one with just to be safe.
It's okay. I'm not gonna bring it. Can I just throw it? Huh? You know, this stun grenade looks just like the flashbang in Counter-Strike. I don't know if Breen's inside. Oh.
I found a turret.
You found a turret? I got raided. Fox shenanigans. Hey. Wait, you found it? Oh my god, I won it! I won it. Where's it? What the fuck? Oh, Shadow's Sekiro. Wow. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love finding games and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Thanks for raid. How was Sekiro? It's the best item. Hopefully Sekiro was good. Oh. It's a slime, it's a slime, it's a slime, it's a slime, it's a slime. It's a slime. Slime. The Kobold Arsenal has been completed. Hell yeah. Do we have a boombox? I mean, the slime can go anywhere we go. It's okay, brain. I got a brain. Oh my god, I hate the noise so much. Hey, brain, I heard a gun turret and I don't know what's going on. And I'm just gonna bring the stuff back real quick to the back to the ship. Noise bolt. Where is the ship? Oh, there's a ship. I see it. That's not it. There was 2 more things, I think, right? Oh, hi, Breen.
Hi. The Hydra deer found the door, and I found a spider.
I thought the gun turret got you.
No.
I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going back. Oh, hi, Kafara. Thanks for the
dog.
leg.
I hear dog. I hear dog. You get it? I hear dog.
Poo, 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 poo. Oh, it's right outside. It's right outside. Duck, duck, duck. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked. Yeah, that's right. Get air horn.
Lazy.
Fair. Look, I just found an air horn. That's a... Wait, you found an air horn. Do you think we have enough?
Offense is scary.
Yeah, offense is very scary. It feels like offense is very far from the... The main entrance is very far from the ship as well.
Yeah.
Thanks for the luck, Kafera. This is gonna be so painful. It's like point blank air horn. Oh boy. Can you throw a stun grenade here?
I can, but I don't want to.
Why not?
Because it'll be it's a waste. All right, let's go to assurance.
All right, I like assurance.
This is our last day.
We got this. We're gonna take everything in the assurance. You know what? Just for this one,
we need to make.
I'm not bringing the air horn. I know it's sad, but
we need to make like 300 scrap.
I'll lurk a bit, getting some laundry going. Okay. Have good luck, Perry. Good luck with laundry. I don't like doing laundry personally.
Laundry sucks.
Yeah. But freshly washed laundry? Oh. That shit is like the best.
Clean clothes. Good.
Yeah,
Doing laundry sucks.
the clean clothes smell is like mmm. Hi DT. Alright, here comes the kobold gremlin. A horn. Hey! For the key. found another key.
There's a lot of keys.
Yeah. Maybe we need it.
Ooh, there's 2 things of bottles up here.
Oh, nice. I'll get the other one. I'll keep like 1 key.
Yeah. Oh, you can slip through these. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Small breed.
Sneaky snake.
Sneaky. Cookie mold.
Alright.
I unlocked the door.
This doesn't go anywhere. It goes back down.
No. I wasted.
There's one more direction.
Yeah, we can go there. Oh my god, it's thundering outside.
Ooh. This way.
Let me put the cookie mold back outside first.
Wee.
The wee echo. It's a dead end.
Turret, hi.
Turret?
Yeah, right over here. To the right.
Aww.
And the fire exit.
Cool. And then another door. Careful, Breen. Careful.
Yeah. It's locked. Do you have one of the keys?
No, it's outside. I'm gonna go get it. If only I know how to get out. I got the keys. That sounds like a gun turret.
It's on me.
Where is the door again?
This way.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm gonna go open it so good.
Alright.
I opened it. Oh,
I'm gonna start taking stuff back to the ship, so I'll be right back.
it's a dead end.
God damn it.
It's just. Oh my god, I got mega thrilled. I guess
I
we
hear a
can.
thumper. I hear a thumper.
Oh, it's there. Yeah, I saw it. I don't think we should fight it.
Yeah, it'll kill us.
Yeah, it's coming.
Well, if it goes right here, it can't hurt. I don't think it can hurt us, so.
Maybe I can.
Okay. Alright, let's go.
Nice. I think that's not a bad hole.
Yeah, I don't know if it's enough, but we'll have to try. We'll have to hope.
Yeah, we have a brass bell. It's not bad. We can go find beehives.
Oh no, you might have to.
Look at the stamina.
Yeah, we gotta watch out for dogs now. They're out around this time.
Oh god. Bird scared me.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. It's a really big one.
Alright, let's see.
How many more is
It's not
there?
bad.
I'm gonna scan.
305, 370.
9 objects worth 877.
I wonder if that includes what we had on the ship. I don't know if that actually includes what's left or when we first go. I think it's when we first get here. I'm not, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah. I don't even like tracks how much we've got.
Well, you want to go in?
It's 5:30.
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah,
it's a
this is our
little
last shot. I think we have enough though. I mean, 70, 54.
Then I gotta
We'll be
try to
really close.
I gotta rush in and rush out.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I forgot. There might be dogs. You know, I'm not gonna do that. See, even if I rush in, I cannot rush out because there will be dogs.
Oh yeah, fair. All right, well, let's go. Let's see if we have enough.
Yeah. What if I throw a stun grenade though?
They're blind me.
Would it?
Yeah.
This is like Cobalt moment. Would it? I don't know. I never tried it though. I'm just.
All right, it's time to get selling.
I'm just noises.
That's half the fun.
I'm gonna keep the air horn.
You might have to sell it.
I don't wanna. I'll steal the stun grenade.
Then we know we bought that. If only we had that apparatus.
Oh yeah, the apparatus. Something is mega heavy. Oh, it opened. It opened on its own.
Let's see how much money that gives us.
We've saved a bunch of bottles.
Yeah.
Oh, they took it.
How much are we gonna get?
You are true professionals.
I think all the bottles is gonna work, yeah. We can save the air horn!
I already sold the duck.
Nah. Okay, fine. As long as we don't have to sell the air horn. No, it's perfect.
I'm gonna grab these keys to sell too.
Oh.
Like some of them at least.
True, I mean we are not really using it as much.
Yeah.
Your hard work is invaluable to the company.
That should be enough, I think.
Let's see. We are too short.
Oh my god.
We need to sell the air horn.
Oh, no.
We can sell one of I think we can sell the keys actually. That'll be enough.
Okay, good.
We're so close.
Yeah. Come on, take it. Take it. What? Zero?
0.
What? Why? Maybe we have to sell the air horn. I mean,
Maybe we do.
the key counts as 0. Maybe we don't sell it.
This is value 3.
Yeah, it says value 3, but the game says it's 0, which is weird as hell.
I'll throw the air horn on there. We're gonna need to. One more for the road.
Do I have to?
Yeah.
Aww. Fine.
It's worth 71 though. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Goodbye, air horn. I'll find more of you.
We'll find another one. Yeah, I guess the keys aren't worth anything, even though it says they are.
Yeah, I guess it's some sort of bug, question mark?
That's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, tree.
We hit our quota.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe we've gone this far.
Yeah, we are actually doing so fucking well. Maybe I'm not as scared as I first played it now. And then also,
I think we're still scared.
yeah, it's just a lot less Flower Man this time.
Oh yeah, only seen him like one time.
Yeah, and then we have high grow deer, like once or something.
Deer. Oh god, that's impossible.
Yeah, holy shit, there's 2 people. Oh, Breen.
Yeah.
I might have to stop here.
Let's try one place.
Yeah, let's try one.
We can go to one of the really expensive places.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, the only one that doesn't have a bad place is Titan, and that costs 700, so...
Can we go there?
Yep.
Oh my god, let's go. I take a quarter now, stolen. Wow, Jade, how could you? Hi, Tikaka.
Also, I'm gonna buy this for us.
Buy what? It's under the fellow bubble.
The shower!
Yeah! Clean!
I'll put it next to the,
No, I want...
right next to the teleporter.
Cool. Can we shop them together?
the shower porter? No, we can't.
Shower porter? Yeah, that's sad. I kinda wish we can, but... I cannot confirm. How do you not, How do
you
you...
just place it.
Oh, I just have to place it, okay. Here looks good. Also, hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Can we get out? Oh, we can.
There we go.
What's considered NSFW?
Oh, you know.
That's considered NSFW, and this game is safe for work. This game is safe for work, very. OSHA violations? I don't know. Oh, Tikaka. I started playing Elder Scrolls Online lately, and I don't know how do I get into your guild. Like, is there any requirements?
Gonna land.
We're gonna land in Titan.
Frozen, rocky, this is a vital resource. Easy to get lost here. Dangerous entities have been lured to take residence in the vast network of...
Well, time to die.
It's time to... Yeah.
It's time to die.
This game costs $5. It's awesome.
PCEU, I think. I don't know where I am though. Shit. S plus? What? It's only a S plus? That's baby numbers.
I know. It didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Pumpkin.
I don't like the walking noises. Wow.
The stairs right here. Pumpkin blocked it.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Gotta leave now. Have a good rest of stream. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Nexus.
See you later, Nexus.
Take care. The game costs
Oh my
5.
God.
The DLC for it
At
costs
least
80.
the entrance.
Oh, Tekken? Yeah, Tekken sounds right.
The entrance is right here, which is nice.
Nice. That doesn't feel too far. It is very high up.
And the fire exit is right here.
I'm Tika Kanten. There's 2 big servers, EU and NA. Biko is in EU. Just throw me a message in the game and I'll invite you. I'm Tika Kanten there. Okay. I'm Tira Scaleskin. I'll make sure to remember.
To be scary.
Yeah. It's only S+, it's nothing much.
Empty. Oh.
Oh. It's just a single oh.
You found one.
I found one.
Can you smell what the bull is tooting? That sounds bad.
I'm tootin'. Hi, Zephyr.
Toot toot.
Hi.
Hi.
Hope you're doing good, Zephyr. Why is this empty barren land of an S+? This is not Titan, this is barren. Green?
Yeah.
We have Flower Man.
Flowerman?
Flower Man. It's right behind me.
Oh.
It's right behind me.
No, he's not.
He was. I hate it. Why is it Flower Man? I'm gonna bahonk the honk you.
I found one piece of loot so far.
I only found like an air horn, that's it. A bit mentally drained by what I was playing, so I need some relaxation and food, probably sleep too. All of those sound good, Zephyr.
I'm gonna go drop off some loot. Drop her flower, man.
I'm scared.
I found a screw over here. Flower man.
And where's the screw?
Yeah, there's a screw over here. And Flower Man scared me.
God damn it, Flower Man. What do we do against Flower Man? This sucks.
We just look at him and then he runs away and then we stop looking at him.
I actually don't know. What? What is that?
It's gonna kill me, it's eating my brain.
I think Breen died.
I can't see.
Breen?
I'm dead.
I think that's a face hugger, yeah. Oh no. How do I get back? Laser point. Green? Oh, oh god. Oh god. Oh man, it's Flower Man. I saw that. What? My god, I cannot see anything. I cannot see anything. I cannot see. My man. My man, I cannot see anything, my man. How do I get back? I'm lost. I am so lost. Fucking Flower Man, dude. It's behind me. I didn't even notice.
You gotta look behind you.
I didn't think it's gonna be behind me.
Well, we're kind of stuck here until we get. I mean, we can keep playing on this planet later if you gotta go. I just wanted to try this place once.
Yeah, I did. This place is huge.
Is to get 950, easy enough. We
Yeah.
can totally do that.
Just know there was a lot of loot around where I was, but I just don't know how to get back.
Yeah, if you had followed me, you ran away from me and you got lost.
I don't know what was that. Something was on your head.
Yeah, it was a snare flea. They eat your brain.
Oh god.
You have to hit them off with a shovel.
I could have used a stun grenade, I think.
Possibly. That might have worked too.
Yeah. Was it Tiura's
Anyway.
skill skin? Tiura's space skill skin on the game.
I think so.
Probably.
Anyway, let's see.
A bit bigger face hugger. Why'd your friend run away with an alien on his head? I was so scared I didn't even read any of the chat. Hi, Mert. I was too scared. We have exhibitionist alien. Oh my god. Oh, thanks for the shout out. You have a lamb, you should say. I invite you to be cool when ESO is back up. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna play through this. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, let's play
Let's
through
go
this.
back down.
We're going to Titan.
How much money do we have?
I have no idea.
Well, hopefully we have some. Because we only have 2 flashlights and no money to buy anymore.
Oh yeah. That works. Maybe I should bring a stun grenade this time.
I'll bring the shovel, and if I get it out of my head, you have to just take it off my body and hit
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna save you this time. Maybe we should stick together for this one.
We're right next to each other. You ran away from me.
I got scared. I thought the thing's gonna kill me next. It's the cobalt mentality. Run.
Run! Let's go in the fire end exit.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure that'll be fine.
Looks fine to me.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Air horn.
I need it. Why are we in the library?
I don't know. Spider.
Stun grenade. Want me to stun grenade him?
Got it.
Green is so strong.
There's some pickles.
Skedaddle until the dragon saves you. Perfect couple logic, right?
I hear another one.
I hear squeaky, yeah.
I hear another fighting.
Oh yeah, you're right. Look at the cobwebs.
Let's go drop this stuff up outside real quick.
Yeah, same. Actually gonna follow you.
Make sure you watch behind you in case Flower Man shows up.
Yeah. Okay, I'm dropping air horn. Even though I like it a lot, but man. It's a wolf spooder.
Big spook.
It's a big spooder. At any point, if I sense any danger, I'm just gonna throw a stun grenade. Duck.
Quick.
Quick. Perfume. And a hairdryer. You can get a hairdryer. You can actually use it.
Go drop the stuff out.
Yeah, I have full inventory, and my flashlight is almost gone.
We can go charge real quick too.
Yeah. I'm just gonna temporarily drop my stun grenade here.
Oh yeah, drop my shovel. We can just take all this loot.
Yeah.
Whee!
Run!
Quickly!
We're gonna get all the loot! Puppy has a lot of legs. His name is Doug and he's here to quack.
Quack.
Quack. Oh my god. I'm charging up. And
Charging.
It's charged.
So far, it hasn't been that scary. Other than the thing that ate my face, but you know.
Yeah. And Flowerman.
Oh yeah, Flower Man.
So if they carry random objects one by one to the ship? Yeah. That seems awfully impractical. You need pocket technology. Or
We have 4.
Near activity detect the brain. It says near activity detected.
Did you see what I saw?
I didn't see what you saw. Yeah.
That's good.
What? That's not good. Whoa.
Hey, Bug.
Oh wait, did you get your shovel? I didn't
I'm
get
leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
What was that? What was that? You saw something?
What?
Did you see something?
Yeah, you didn't see it?
I didn't.
Okay, there's a little girl that's there. So you have to go in, but I can't go in anymore.
Near activity detected, it says.
I don't see anything.
It says
It says enter.
near activity detected, it says.
I don't see anything.
No, it literally says it. I gotta get in, throw a stun grenade, and get out.
You know, they jump scared me. As soon as I came in, the stun grenade.
I'm so sorry.
You hear that?
I hear like metal can. I don't. Yep. Huh? I do hear creepy music, but I don't see it. No bully cool. Oh, hi Lex. Did something yoink the snake? No, the snake got scared and ran out. What's the near activity? I don't see it, but I know how to get in. It's nighttime. I'm gonna die. wait. Okay, all good.
Okay, grab a flashlight or grab a radio.
Radio?
Yeah, so you can go in there. Because the good little girl will stab me if I do. She's gonna kill me. Also, you have to go get your flashlight because you left it up there.
Yeah, I left it out there.
Yeah.
It's almost nighttime though.
Oh, okay. We'll go get the flashlight then real quick, and then we can leave.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna go get it. This dog! Oh my god, run. It's okay, we don't need the flashlight. Holy shit.
That was you.
Oh my god. There's a dog outside waiting for me.
I didn't think it would be out here.
I didn't think too. I mean, it's Titan. I guess that makes sense.
Okay, you can have that flashlight, and I'll navigate for you.
Okay. I'll go in.
Yeah, it's dog. And I saw it leap past you.
That's my fastest run ever.
All right, well, we have to get a lot.
A heck lot, definitely. See, I'm just gonna grab a flashlight and so that I can get more loot.
Yeah. And a radio so we can talk and tell you about enemies and stuff.
Where's the radio again? Oh, there.
Oh, right here.
I got it. Don't fear the not accepted. Don't fear the not.
Alright, good luck.
I got this. Fear the knot is way larger than you are. Guys, I don't know what knot is.
It's the thing that you use to tie together a rope.
I mean, I know what a knot is. You just... it's a tie. You know, you tie something with a knot. I cannot see shit! Is this foggy? Hey, Breen, is this foggy right now? When has that ever stopped kobolds? It is physically impossible to fit in. I'm too tight. Same. Alright, I'm going in.
Alright, cool.
It's not a library anymore.
Alright, if you go straight ahead, and then go to the end of the hallway. No, back, sorry. Yeah, that door. Go to the end, take a right. There's 2 items in there.
Why'd you close the flashlight when I take things?
I don't see any enemies right now, so you're good. So you can just go drop them off real quick. Alright, I think go back into that center room and go left. Yeah, that
I hear Big Stumpy.
I don't see anything on the radar.
I don't know what that is. It made my screen turn green.
What? Everything makes your screen turn green.
I don't know what it is.
Here, you want to come down here and guide me, and I'll go take a look.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got this.
Or try like the fire exit. Maybe you'll find something different.
Oh yeah, true. Cobalt Anatomy has no rules, period. Okay. False Cobalt Anatomy does have rules. They say when you see dragon, you yip. True. Radar is wrong.
Something is following you.
It's Flower Man.
It's always Flower Man.
God damn it, Flower Man.
So I can only see things on our current floor. If there's something above or below you, I can't see it on the radar. Oh, there's something right there now.
That's not a Flower Man.
What was it?
I don't know. It's walking on two hands.
Oh, it's probably a thumper. I guess you have to go through the other door, the fire exit.
My game's sounding right like dog shit.
I'll start helping bring that loot.
Maybe I should bring the loot back?
Yeah, I'm gonna help bring down something that we can do a trip and you can charge your stuff up.
I'm gonna go charge my thing, flashlight. Hi.
Hi.
My inventory is
Is
full.
there anything else?
That should be all. It's a friend. Don't go hug it. No! I know what a flower man can do. Well, I don't really know what a flower man can do, but I know what it can kill.
I know what he will do.
Yeah. I'll get killed by the flower thing.
Yeah, we're not close. We're not gonna make this quota.
Yeah,
I have a feeling.
There's too many things inside.
You want to bring a shovel or bring a stun grenade?
But they'll hog too much of my
bring a stun
inventory.
grenade and well, bring up a stun grenade and a shovel, and you can kill that thing.
Okay, I'm gonna try to kill that thing.
I just heard something big outside.
It's dog, it's dog. Oh my god, it's dog. Fucking hell.
Body recovered.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks, Breed.
That's a mission failure.
Nah, it's all good. We win, we win. Hey, look, we went to Titan. I think that's a win in my book.
Yeah, yeah.
Surprise knotting? I just got knotted by a dog. Goddamn.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, it's okay. Where's the... There it is. Titan is a city place. Something, I mean, what else can it not be? I mean, I know not as tying things. This is a Christian stream. I'm Buddhist.
Alright, let's throw everything we can.
Yeah.
Let's throw everything we can. Whee!
Does that mean we have to be on our knees? Nah. Like, I may be Buddhist, but I feel like I'm pretty atheist. Is that everything?
Except for the air horn, yeah.
Oh! Yeah, don't worry about it.
You made him mad.
No, I didn't.
You are true professionals.
We are trained
like,
professionals.
We got almost half of our quota.
You think we're gonna buy more things before we get ejected?
Let's see, what else can we buy?
Yeah. What if I'm gonna try to throw a stun grenade to the thing? Can it actually kill you? I have no idea. You might be Buddhist, but the stream is Christian. I guess? Open up! Yeet! Ow. How'd you feel? Yeah, you put a loud horn! Everything in this game looks cheap and weird. And beautifully made. Atmosphere and everything. Look, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. The premise of the game is so simple. You get items, you sell them to meet the quota. That's it. And then they make this premise so interesting. It's insane how Zeker is such a genius. What did you buy?
I bought a bunch of things to test out.
I'm gonna
see
go
what they do.
wait for the ice cream truck. And give me my ice cream! Whoa. I took it.
Took everything?
Yeah, there's 3 things. What? Oh, it doesn't hurt me.
Oh, it does. It slows me down.
Oh, hey. I cannot move. I move very slow when I'm getting zapped. Whoa. Whoa, I like that.
It's a radar booster. It makes the radar. Ah!
Oh yeah. Apparently you just shake left and right. Wally unfazed by your cheap tricks. Chuckle nuts, huh? That's the thing about Zap Gun. It's like if something big is coming to get someone to get away. So you zap the monsters and your teammate bash them with a shovel. Oh! It's like a combo thing.
And what about the other thing? I think I bought a.
Oh yeah, the ladder.
Yeah, how does that work? How does that work?
Pop-up ladder.
This thing is awesome, actually. I should buy this more often.
That looks amazing, yeah.
How do you activate it?
You left click it.
Oh. This is just like Death Stranding now.
Whoa. Zap is one thing why
Alright.
blue dragons are fun. True.
And this is what. Okay, so next time we play, we definitely gotta buy one of these.
Yeah, this one looks. This one is great. It's so loud though.
It goes away after 18 seconds.
Oh.
We can use this to like get through places easier, like exits and stuff.
Maybe we can go to somewhere that's like high up.
Yeah.
And this light is great. Radar booster?
Yeah, I think it makes the rate. Like, I think I can. Let me see.
Oh, it's very heavy though.
The radar booster's name is Brody.
Hello?
Did the thing just talk to me?
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Are you doing that?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, are you doing that?
Hello?
What? What's it doing?
I don't know, it's saying hello to me.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Can it say something else?
Hello?
No, I think just ping it.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Get
I'm
zapped.
fine.
Can I zap the tentacles? Oh, like the skin. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to zap you.
Zap me, zap me, zap me!
Zap! I gotta force the tentacle out and then you're gonna zap it? Oh wait, I know how to force the tentacle out. Let me see if this works. Please don't tell me this actually works. Give me a second, give me a second. Oh, I cannot get it out. Wait, the tentacle is out. That works, that works.
Hello?
Yeah, keep doing it, keep doing it.
Hello? Hello?
Try scanning it.
Hello?
Yeah, once it's out, I'm gonna scan it.
Hello? 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 Hello?
It just took it!
Hey.
No, that was our thing. Give it back. I'm sorry, Reen. I cannot stop. You know how to force a tentacle out? Can you show me the way? Look, I'm hungry, okay? Forcing tentacles where
No,
now?
I sold my gun on accident. I can't get it back.
No! Breen, no! I cannot scan it. That looks kind of painful, Breen. Like, just saying that looks kind of painful. I try to climb my mother with the telephone. Oh yeah, okay. How do I use the teleporter? Beam up? Gonna target with the monitor and hit the button. Let's hit Breen and beam up. It's gone. Cease to exist. Holy shit. The course, the tentacle, I'll just rub it good. Breach is gone. Yeah, I guess we're getting ejected. Tentacles not even once.
I ceased existing. No.
The body is just gone fully.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Whoa!
Oh, stop!
You're stuck! Breed was stuck! If we can't teleport Breed, did they ever exist? Probably. Damn, 24 days were so good. 10 deaths? 9 are from me.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of scrap.
9 are from me,
Next
the
time-
deaths.
Next time, definitely want to buy more of those tools because those are very, 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 very useful tools.
Yeah. Especially the leather, it looks pretty good.
Yeah. The ladder,
To
the
complete the onboarding process,
stun
you will want to
grenade.
check the instruction
Well, not
manual
the like radar
assigned
booster is
into your
fun.
ship's computer terminal. We
Jetpack.
trust you will be a great asset.
Haven't tried it yet.
Yeah.
Great asset to the company.
Great
Great asset.
asset.
Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
And next time we won't go to Titan. Although that was really fun seeing how it turned into a mansion that one time.
Yeah, and then
You didn't see the little girl?
I actually didn't. I only
Yep,
hear
there
like
was a little girl that was
freaky.
chasing me.
I hear freaky music, but I didn't see anything.
Nope, there's a little girl staring at me, and then he started chasing me, so I had to leave.
Oh my god, that's actually scary. Maybe it aims at one.
Probably.
Yeah, and then you got unlucky.
Yeah, I was the target. And then I found the Jack in the Box that was chasing me around.
Jack in the Box.
Yeah, it had human legs and one human arm.
Great
Oh
great
my God.
asset.
And it was
Great
running around
asset.
being
Asset. Great
doing the
asset.
noses.
Godro
Can we have
bongo.
pizza music?
All right. Well, that was good. That was a very good run.
Yeah, then that lasted way longer than I thought.
Yeah. Next time I want to try out the other two planets if we ever get when we get that much money.
Yeah.
There's still rending time.
Great
What is
asset.
roundabout? Great asset. Great asset. It's highly unlikely for complex life to exist here. I doubt that. Same for dying.
Wow.
Great asset.
Maybe when we're like two people, yeah, maybe don't go Titan. Titan looks really big.
I think we could do it later, but we have to, like when we get more experience and more tools and know what to do.
Yeah, true. Because now we're just like, how much have I played? 14 hours. I think that's a pretty good time.
Yeah, I think my total for this session, let me see, is just about 4 hours.
Oh, good.
And that's before you got here. I started playing with you, so.
Yay.
You've been live for 7 hours. Wowie.
And time flies when we're having fun.
Yeah, dying. I don't know where the lights are.
I actually I was trying to find it too.
I was like, there we go. No, wait, okay, this is my light. Lights on.
It should be here somewhere.
Where is it?
Oh, I found it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna hop off because I gotta start getting ready for some sleep.
Oh yeah, have good sleep. I gotta go get dinner too. It's getting pretty late. It's like 7:27 here.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, thanks for playing too.
Yeah.
That was fun as
Have a
heck.
good one. Take care. We'll do better later. I want to do like 4 people and see how crazy it gets.
Yeah, 4 people will be fun as hell.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Take care.
Take care. Bye bye. Night night, Breen. See, the thing is, Breen, the Discord cannot hear me. I hate doing laundry. Yeah, I don't like doing laundry too. Laundry sucks. I did unmute Breen. I'm sorry. I was too late. There's Hazel and there's also... I mean, I've seen it's Bunny, but who's Hazel? Wait, I think I know who Hazel is. Is Hazel... Someone rated that is recommended by Kim. I don't remember. Shit. Maybe it's them. I have no idea. Also, welcome back from laundry. I don't like doing laundry too, but the heckin' good link though. Oops. What is this again? That shit is scary. Red. We got red. The red. Look at that. Oh, look at the eyes. Just like... The eyes are actually like... I don't know how to say 吐出来. How do you say 吐出来? I don't know. Let me go Google Translate real quick. Translate.google.com. What? 2 is convex? Protruding? Raised? I mean, I see protruding, but convex? Malay? Jabung? I don't know. 2. I'm just gonna go zoom camera. I'm very hungry. I want food. The jump. I can't believe I got scared so much I just jump. It's scary. Alright, let's listen to more Hi-Fi Rush. This one. It's so good, I know, it's so good. I really cannot praise Zeker enough for this. Zeker is such a genius game designer, honestly. Like, it's not only Lethal Company, there's also Upturned, The Upturned, and also Eat Steals. It's so good. Like, Zeekers combine comedy and horror so well. Like, one does not outshine the other. That's how beautifully done it is. I'm such in love with the game, honestly I haven't been able to stop. Right? It's so good. Like lately I've been playing Risk of Rain Returns and also Lethal Company. And a little bit of Elder Scrolls Online. It's fun. It's great. I need to get that next time I get paid. All my money went to bills this paycheck. Oh. And bills, man, bills suck. ESO, Elder Scrolls Online is good. It's just a little bit sad because I have to play with at least 200 plus ping because both NA and EU is like so far away. I was like, ESO mentioned Tika triggering in 3, 2, 1. If you have the Blackwood DLC or ESO Plus, you can join the event. I don't think I bought anything other than Elsewhere, I think. Does buying Elsewhere gives me ESO Plus? I have no idea. Oh, Nita! Hey, Nita is streaming, nice. ESO Plus the monthly subscription. Oh god. No, I don't like monthly subscription. We're gonna rate Nita. It has been a while. Although Nita is a bear and also Japanese. But Nita has like the translation services. Like translation bot and also translation caption. I can give you all the guidance when I yoink you into the guild. I'll take it. Nita is adorable? Yes! Yes, Nita is very adorable. He's cool? Yeah. Have a good night, Nay. Have a good day. Have a good Nay diet. Everything. I'm so hungry. I have no idea what I'm saying anymore. Oh shit. That was great. Thanks for stream. Thank you all for being here. It was fun. Heck yeah. I'm glad it was fun. I had a lot of good fun as well. I will have a good get food. I will. I gotta get food. You're still cute. I'll take it. I'll take it. As always, happy to catch Cop Fam stream. It's always nice to have more kobolds in the chat, honestly. I'm glad. Never enough kobolds. And dragons. And anything. There's no discrimination here, right? No matter what species you are, human, sneak, kobold, dragon, fox, otter. Yeah, all's welcome. I just prefer kobold and dragons. This is what I mean by I sometimes can be brutally honest. Bunnies? Hey, bunnies are great. Like, one of my close friends is also a bunny, which always bullies me. Don't know if you guys recognize the name Roxas, but yeah, he's a bunai. Right. Although before I rate though, this time I do kind of want to plug something. Let me plug. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Roxas good bean. Yeah, Roxas is a good bean, albeit sometimes a little loose cannon. Uh-oh.
Interested to join the Forest Guardians homie home?
Yeah,
now you can do that by clicking the link right here.
Yeah,
Dragon JAMHTTPS://discord.gg/h6bispu6f.
What? Thanks for that read. Also, yeah, I have a YouTube where I will. It's basically an archive of all my VODs. Uh-oh.
Bird.
Bird.
https://twitter.com/godroxenyt. https://www.youtube.com/channel/uke7zdjchengelman4t-k3bxa6w blue circle cloud.
Where's my blue sky? Wait, did the blue sky not? No, wait, the link is there. She's gone. I have a blue sky. So, of course, before I say anything more, I've been slowly migrating to
https://bsky.app/profile/tyler.bsky.social.
Bsky? Tyler.bsky? TTS on like blue sky? I don't know. But yeah, I've been slowly migrating to blue sky from Twitter because Twitter is now slowly becoming a hellhole with Elon Musk in there. Yeah. Although I do have Blue Sky invitation code, so if you're curious about how Blue Sky works, it's basically just like Twitter. Just no shadow banning and
you
also
can support
no...
me directly with Ko-fi right here. https://ko-fi.com/godroxen.
Thanks, I have a coffee, yes. Gonna risky for the ski? What was I again? What was I saying again? I don't remember. It's okay. It's probably something about Blue Sky. But of course, if you are curious about Blue Sky and want to try it out, I believe I have 1 or 2 invitation codes. So yeah, if you ever want to try out the Blue Sky or something like that, you can tell me about it. I can give you the invitation code. Let me just double check real quick. I have 3 invitation codes. Okay. Okay, I have 3 apparently. Oh hey, look. I know this person. Follow. I know that person that followed me. Okay, so I plugged everything. I'm pretty sure that's all about it, yeah. Very. Let me just type in the rate to Nita real quick. Nita the bear. Okay. There we go. I type in the raid. I'm gonna get a... My brain just shut down for a few seconds. I'm gonna go get food, alright? So, I don't know, tomorrow maybe I'll play more of these, or maybe even Frame Returns, probably. I feel I'm gonna play more of these games. Maybe even Counter-Strike, I don't know, but Counter-Strike, maybe. Less likely though, because I'm so addicted to Frame Returns and also the game that I just played, Little Company. Okay, I'm gonna get good nom. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Here comes right to Nita the Bay. That we have a raid. Let me just do this real quick. Raid Chinese and also non-stop here. Oh, oops. Yeah, I'm a little bit faster. That's a raid message. Of course, you can use your own emotes as well if you want. Definitely. The cowboy squeak. Yeah.
Lizard kobolds are raiding all your shinies, lizard.
Lizard. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna wait for the time to go down then. See, the thing is, I've been telling myself to make an ending screen.
Bird.
Ending stream screen. That was hard. It's like a tongue twister. Ending screens. An ending stream screen. I just haven't done it yet. Even like new emotes, I haven't done it yet. It's like,
Lizard, bird, motorcycle, bee sky.
Bee Sky. Hey, there it is. Not ski anymore. Alright, be safe, everyone. Take care. Love y'all. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.
Rat, 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 rat.